you fail to comprehend is that if you are only invested in drama, if your only output is like how much this content creator sucks, and you don't actually establish a well-defined worldview and cultivate a community that's coming back for something beyond just you shitting on someone that maybe they don't like, okay, that well is inevitably going to dry out. Or even if it doesn't dry out, that is going to be unimaginably toxic for you. What is this? Enjoy some hater tears. It's very funny to see a Destiny orbiter crying about someone defaming them. Wait, what? Failed musician, genocide denier, loner box admits his audience with small children. A short-lived political commentary career was ended by Hassan Piker taking a small detail one day to spotlight this pathetic, poorly researched videos. Wait, what? What did I do? Wait, he quit? I did that? How did I? When did I do that? Dude, I spent the better part of wait, what? Bro, I've talked about Lonerbox literally its collective total on this broadcast of maybe like 35 minutes max. In that process, the first, I would say, 30 minutes of me ever talking about Lonerbox on this broadcast is overwhelmingly positive, as my audience yelled at me and told me that he actually engaged in a lot of, like, you know, Israel apologia. And I was like, I don't understand. He introduced me in his videos with like with the likes of you know, Beast Process, and like I think he had a very charitable opinion. I think he had a pretty decent understanding of what was going on in terms of like Israeli history and Israeli apartheid, including but not limited to calling what Israel was doing in apartheid and all this stuff. And everyone yelled at me and they were like, no, he's a phalangist or whatever. And I was like, I don't know about any of that stuff. It just seems like he's a reasonable guy. Okay. And lo and behold, a year later, you know, I have a very different assessment, because I saw enough of his commentary that led me to believe that maybe he was doing a little bit of a liberal Zionist perspective, where he was just like constantly handing it to Israel. You know what I mean? And the truth is, his girlfriend cheated on him due to Destiny leaking his revenge porn, I assume because he didn't defend genocide hard enough. I don't want to know any of this stuff, and I don't think that I am responsible for him quitting. I don't know why he thinks I did that. Also, I don't know why so many in my community knows all this stuff, but it is kind of funny that this guy has I'll just say it like this. I'll just say this much, okay? I was charitable to Lonerbox because I thought that he was, you know, I thought that he had a decent understanding of what was going on. I was charitable to him because I thought that he had a decent understanding of what was happening, and I thought he was pro-Palestinian, okay? That's number one. For the longest time, in spite of the reality that he had done numerous Hassan actually is pro-Russia videos on me prior to that moment. And the reason why I approached him in that regard was specifically because despite his interest of becoming like a Destiny orbiter, a Bonarelli orbiter, okay, I still thought that he was, you know, on this issue, a reasonable person. So I don't know how, like, this man has made probably, what, 40 videos on me, and he thinks that I ended his career. Maybe he should have just stopped making YouTube videos on me, constantly lying or constantly stretching with clips out of context, like what I was trying to say on a nuanced conversation that probably led his own audience into thinking like, all right, man, like I don't really care about the 11th time that Hassan has slipped up again and shown his the anti-Semitic radical pro-terrorism ways, you know? I don't get it. I actually don't get it. These are, I mean, it's like, I've rarely ever talked about Bonerbox. Yeah, it's like shadow boxing. What is this? He has no idea why you spoke out against his defense of Israeli war crimes. Yeah, I don't really care. I don't even want to talk about this. I hope he's doing all right. I don't want anyone to feel depressed or quit streaming. You know what I mean? My suggestion is always going to be the same, which is don't focus too much on drama-laden content. okay? And this is a universal take. This is my genuine perspective, okay? Which is ironic because people are going to say, Hassan, you're covering drama right now. And I'm trying to cover it from a healthy approach as we are about to literally go and do some fundraising for wildfire relief. I want to leave it on this note, okay? And I've said this for years to a lot of content creators who make a living off of just like drama related stuff. It gives you an initial boost, especially if you attach yourself to a larger content creator by constantly going, this guy sucks, come watch me instead. But what you fail to comprehend is that if you are only invested in drama, if your only output is like how much this content creator sucks, and you don't actually establish a well-defined worldview and cultivate a community that's coming back for something beyond just you shitting on someone that maybe they don't like, okay? That well is inevitably going to dry out, or even if it doesn't dry out, that is going to be unimaginably toxic for you, okay? It's going to be toxic. There are some people who are capable of continuing that toxicity because, you know, they're just truly awful and don't mind people thinking that they're truly awful people, right? Keemstar is a great example of this. Like, he is like a parasitic force that you just can't get rid of no matter what. And that's partially because he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind, you know, rolling around in the dirt and in the mud. But if you otherwise are like, if you otherwise want to build an audience for yourself, if you want to build a community for yourself, and you want to have a sustainable output, and you do have like a well-defined, well-established worldview, and you want to educate people on that worldview, and you want people to come on board, then you can't constantly churn this out. You can't constantly churn out this kind of negative content, because ultimately people are coming in just to see that negativity, and they're inevitably going to get bored. Okay? All right. March, we ready to go? Is it live? Okay. Less drama, more fixing that jump shot? Yes. Why are you telling us this? I mean, it's just like a broader point that it's a broader point that I feel the need to address every now and then. All right, we're gonna I didn't know that was the situation for
Team deathmatch. Playtime's over. Let's see what you're made of.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. It is so early in the goddamn morning. It is 7 a.m. and that might be a normal start time for a lot of people, but for me that is so not a normal start time. And also, I only got to bed last night at about 4 or 5 a.m. because I had some really exciting business calls that went on until that time because I was calling people that were in LA, so I had to stay up. So my eyes are blaring red. But let me tell you what's happening. We only have literally less than 15 minutes to get ready. I'm currently in Dublin. Do I want to be in Dublin? No. Where do I want to be? In bed. In bed. I'm in Dublin right now because I have my final stage visa embassy interview today for my work visa. So obviously you need a work visa to work in America, and obviously I'm going to be working in America with the shows and beyond. And so my lawyer applied for my visa, a while ago, and it got approved, which is great, but that's really step one of step two. And this is like a really big step now, which is, having this in-person meeting and interview, and I really have like no idea what it actually entails. I'm like really, really, really fucking nervous, if I'm being honest with you. It's their way of like proving that you're not a criminal, but it's also like, I've read online, like based on vibes, genuinely like the person interviewing you can like deny you the visa literally just based on like the mood they're in, which is super scary considering I've literally out of pocket spent so much money on this visa already that like truthfully I could still get denied for, if you know what I mean. And we still have time until the first shows, that if anything went wrong, we could reapply with a premium processing and get it approved then. But there's a lot on my shoulders right now. I'm also drinking a Pepsi first thing in the morning to give me some sort of energy. My body is not a temple this morning. I'll tell you that. And it's just, I couldn't be fucked if I'm being completely honest with you. I'm not in a good mood. But there's a lot on my shoulders right now because there's a lot of people relying on me getting this visa. I mean, my tour company are relying on me getting this tour visa. My family are relying on me. My manager is relying on me getting this. The muckers are relying on me getting this. Like, there's just a lot of pressure right now, and I feel like a little bit of a fucking kettle about to erupt, if I'm being completely honest with you. And so, the last thing I want to do today, if I'm being completely honest with you, specifically at 7 in the morning, is sit in front of a fucking US officer at an embassy and prove that I'm worth it. Like, that's literally what it is. Like, that's what my morning's gonna be. My morning is gonna be sitting.
Hello, can you hear me? Hey, Butch. Oh, doing all right. Yeah, we were gonna be going out to dinner at about 5:15-ish, so I was like, I gotta get on today. We went out to, yeah, I do. We went out to Claude's and met the Civil War guys. They were picking up some of the old Civil War books, up in a bookcase, and that took up a chunk of the morning, and then we came back. I walked the dog, took a nap, ate lunch, and here I am. He goes by. Yeah, we're gonna go meet one of her colleagues and her husband are. Oh, excellent. Yep, I'm good. Yeah, they're not too bad. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's very immediate. Yeah, I got easy stuff today. It's just 50 eliminations. That's one. With the danger close equipped, get 10 kills with lethal equipment. That's not too bad. And five double kills. Kills. Yeah, nothing to it. Uh, Hmm. Hmm.
Team deathmatch. Destroy the enemy. We're winning. Keep it that way.
Ooh.
That's up. That's a mover.
Melee?
Enemy flashbang.
Oh, really? No kidding. Yeah. Wow. Nice. Oops. Huh. I gotta get on the camo grind a little harder. No. I haven't touched a melee. I gotta... I grab a knife. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not living up to my name, Stabby. I haven't been doing any stabbing.
Hostile impact coming in.
Oofed. Slicey.
Identified enemy mine.
Oops. Run shit. I don't know how I got. Why am I this character? I never picked this guy.
Sighted flashbang. Grenade inbound.
See. Can't. I don't think so. I have to look though.
They're requesting LVBR.
Kill.
Tonight's the deep freeze. It comes. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. It's just plummeting. Yeah, it's already probably dropping right now, but yeah, it's gonna be super cold. Yeah, it's gonna be brutal tomorrow. Oh.
Tally, mine.
All incoming sometimes. Goddamn time.
Yeah. Oy.
The math's not hard. We lost.
No, I did not prestige. I'm at 41. So I'm gonna have to change this character though. It'd be kind of cool to, I don't know, there's got to be a documentary about how people do this stuff. I would like to. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'd like to see what they're doing on the computer. Maybe it's super boring, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Shadows and whatever reflections. Get all that right in a painting. Good luck. Then do it on a moving screen.
Hardpoint
Video.
is secure. We've claimed the advantage, now hold it.
Yeah, totally.
Kill confirmed.
Hardpoint located.
Oh god.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
Gamer jail.
RCX team moving out.
Oh.
Eyes on Semtex.
I love it when I send an RXD and blow it up near one of our own players. Cool move. Well, I think that they're an enemy, and then I realize at the last minute they're not. Alright. Yeah.
Secure. Hostiles have
Flashing
captured
grenade sighted.
hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint is secure.
My thumbs need a nappy.
Hey, finger off the trigger. Eyes on Semtex. How's it feel? Not good, right? Spotted enemy sun.
I think I just saw Jesse Pinkman. Jesse Pinkman from Breaking
Hardpoint
Bad.
located.
I think there was a gamer tag. Somebody had a gamer tag with that name.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint active.
TACOM, requesting recon overhead.
UAV in the turn. We have eyes on.
I just heard they were, whatever that house is, that Walter White's exterior of the house they used in Albuquerque or whatever, it just sold or was on the market for like I think like a couple $1 million, even though it's not a nice,
Hardpoint locked down.
really that great of a house. It's
Priority tasking request received. UAV heading to your
Captured the hardpoint.
Eyes on Semtex.
I want to say that were they having a problem with people throwing pizzas on the roof too? I think that was a thing.
Hardpoint identified.
Yeah, yeah.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
God damn it, another pizza!
Hardpoint locked down.
Enemy with Semtex.
And I read, yeah, I think it was in. I think they would throw the box because, as they pointed out, somebody said in the show, like you get when you order a pizza, it always is cut, and if you were to fling the pizza in real life,
In my
it
sight.
would just it'd go in like 10 different directions. It wouldn't just right. So in the show, I guess, so Walter throws the pizza, and of course it stays whole. But later they have a scene with Badger, and they order a pizza or whatever, and it arrives uncut, and then he goes, "They don't cut the pizza," and he's like, "No, they don't cut the pizza. You know, they pass the savings on to you or whatever." Like so, they're basically saying there's a place that doesn't cut the pizza, and that saves you money.
Hardpoint locked down.
Yeah. Right.
Hostiles have
The money
captured
we're
hardpoint.
saving on slicers is enormous.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Stuck.
Is secure.
You're stuck.
Hardpoint identified.
Enemy with Semtex. You're dead. Enemy sighted.
Yeah, I'm not. You can't outrun the spring mine. It's like as soon as you see it, you're done. Even if you've hopped over it and you're kind of far away from it, it's like it still blows you up. It's kind of lame. You should be able to get away with it once in a while. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Enemy throwing stun. Enemy grenade.
Hardpoint locked down. Multiple hostile UAVs detected. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Hostile RPS in your AO.
PID, they're mine.
Is secure. Sitrep, LBDR incoming. Hardpoint active.
Yep, he just killed me. Pinkman. Whoa, what's going on here? A lot of bombs. Getting bombarded.
Hardpoint identified.
Impact.
Fucking man.
Hardpoint is active.
Oh god.
Hardpoint locked down.
Eyes on Semtex.
Enemy RCXD detected.
Enemy Semtex.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Tossing impact.
Hostile counter UAV established above. Hardpoint is secure. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Hostile counter UAV. Engaging.
RCXD active. We have
Really?
UAV identified.
Watch your back.
Uh-oh. Infiltrator. We got somebody on our team. Got a spy. We got a rat.
Enemy UAV inbound. Hostiles reclaimed the lead.
Enemy recon spotted.
Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint located.
Eliminated.
The lead is on.
Enemy counter UAV above.
Hardpoint is active.
Hostile shooter. Forget it. Waypoint marked.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. You're falling behind, Crimson. Hardpoint locked down. We've taken the lead. Stay on target.
Enemy throwing stun.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Ah.
Hardpoint locked down. We're ahead, but stay alert. Marshall's people are no fools. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Enemy with Semtex.
Ah. Pinkman.
Spotted enemy stun.
point located.
Talking.
They never stood a chance. Proceed to extract.
Plan was foolproof.
Sure.
Execution was perfect.
Yeah. Oh, I had a. Tater pickles.
Frag out. Incoming stun.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Emote. Oh, what the hell? I was late. I hit it and nothing happened. And then I did it again. I have to work on that. All right, well, let's see if I finished my challenges here. I don't know if I did. Let's see. No. Would you believe this? I need one more elimination. That's it. I got 49 out of 50. I just need. That's hilarious. All right, let's do one more. Ridiculous. One more kill. I would have been done. Mm-hmm. Did you get out today at all, or were you just hanging? You broke up there because it was low and I didn't hear what you said.
Kill confirmed.
Oh my god. Just can't take humanity.
Too slow, you bloody drone dog.
Nice. We're pulling ahead. We got the lead. Now hold
Oh yeah. We got another guy hanging around the elevator. Yeah, Mr. Elevator Camper. Mr. Elevator Camper.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
Oh, come on. Alright, we're still close.
Operating off the exit.
Alright.
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
It rooms that you sit in. Are you joking? Okay, good. Like what?
Stun inbound.
Nobody kills anybody because everyone's sitting in their own separate rooms, waiting for everyone. Yeah. Oh my god, all these... there was like 10 keys like dangling up there. dog tags. Yeah, there's still a whole bunch. Shit, come on. Get them, people. How the hell did he kill me? No way. Is
Watch out!
alright. I think it's time for Flanky Spanky. Ah. Oh god, yeah. I'm gonna go outside. What the weather's like. Oh.
Deploying RCXD.
Oh, yeah, he ambushed me.
Just like old times.
Ah! God, I'm off tonight.
Enemy stun coming in.
Yeah, that's it. What did you say? I'm sorry, I missed it. Yeah.
Grenade coming in. Concussing grenade spotted.
RCXD deployed.
Wasted. Get to work.
Eyes on enemy.
RCXD detected.
Heads up, frag.
Oh God. No.
Activate catchback protocol. Get your asses back.
Fuckers had us in a box from the start.
It's all. Yeah. Oh yeah. Just need to kill one guy.
Grenade incoming. 5 kills.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get going. Where did I call an Uber or something? So I better get going. Ooh. Alright, well, tomorrow, should be clear. I'll be up for maybe one match of DMZ. And, well... Alright, cool. Alright, man. Well, have a good night. Alright, talk to you later. See you later.
In front of a fucking US visa person, basically trying to get them to believe that I am someone of significance, which is so stupid. But that's the only way you can get the visa. And I've read online that these people go through so many people in a day that they don't review your case before you go. So you basically have to reiterate your entire case. But the problem is, I didn't submit my case. My lawyer did. And it's like 500 pages. So I don't know the entire case. I know certain things of it, but I don't know. It's just a lot, and it's a lot of pressure, and I don't know. I can't wait for this all the way over. There's been so many things with, you know, this next stage of my life in terms of working in America that have been great, but it's been really stressful behind the scenes, if I'm being completely honest. It's been really expensive. I mean, I thought the tour company were going to sort like the visas and stuff like that, but I mean, I had to pay for it myself for whatever reason. And I mean, dude, that was like, I literally had to drop like, I think it was like $10,000, maybe $13,000, $15,000 on this visa, and I haven't even fully got it yet. And it's just like, I don't know. It's like, today's the big day, which is the big interview, but I've gone through so much to do with the visa before this stage that I'm so exhausted. So ironically, on the most important day, I'm like so over it. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna try perk myself up. And here's the thing, I will perk myself up for it.
There is a group of people who over the last few years have increasingly been painted as internal enemies who are part of a grand conspiracy to subvert the societies in which they live. Concurrent with this, another related group of people, despite quite clearly being downtrodden, materially deprived, and attacked in the worst ways possible, are being painted as somehow actually globally influential, in control of many powerful institutions and even entire countries behind the scenes, essentially playing chess with the world to mislead them. The image of them as victims, we are led to believe, is actually false. They themselves are the victimizers, and those who are attacking them are doing the rest of us a favor. We simply cannot see the full reality. We are blinded to it, because they are behind everything. The two groups of people that I'm talking about here are Muslim and Arab migrants to Western countries, and the Palestinians, primarily in Gaza, but also in general around the world. And it's becoming increasingly common to see these groups framed in the ways that Nazis framed different groups of Jews in World War II. The Muslims of Europe are being framed as they frame the Jews of Germany, and the Palestinians are being framed largely by Israel and its supporters, similarly to how the Nazis framed the Jews of Eastern Europe, who, despite being largely just as poor and downtrodden as everyone else, were nonetheless framed ridiculously as co-conspirators in some sort of grand global anti-German conspiracy. Anti-Semitic tropes are being repurposed one-to-one. Supposedly left-wing politicians in Europe are framing Muslim and Arab migrants as a sort of internal enemy. And Zionists are telling us that clearly very weak Palestinian militant groups are somehow actually far more powerful than we could ever perceive, with their influence being so pervasive that even some of the world's premier global organizations like the UN do their bidding, and sometimes that they are even controlling or at least darkly influencing entire countries of tens of millions of people, something which quite clearly Palestinians in general, let alone singular Palestinian militant groups, do not even remotely have the power or the means to achieve. And in this way, very worryingly, anti-Semitism is being utilized to much greater effect against Muslims, Arabs, and Palestinians today than it is being utilized against Jews themselves. There are very much mainstream anti-Muslim political campaigns in Europe when there are not really any mainstream anti-Jewish campaigns. And Israel's assault on Gaza, which has killed upwards of 60,000 people minimum, has been legitimized in part through this sort of propaganda which claims that Palestinian suffering and victimhood is a false narrative spread through disproportionate Palestinian influence and control. To understand how this could happen, it's important to understand, firstly, what anti-Semitism actually is. It's much more of a belief system and ideology than it is just racism or ethnic hatred or religious hatred against Jews. Though I want to say that a lot of people make the argument, well-meaning people make the argument that Palestinians or Arabs or Muslims cannot be anti-Semitic because they themselves are mostly Semitic. And while this is technically true, the term anti-Semitism has, over the centuries, simply come to be understood as meaning hatred against Jews specifically. That doesn't say anything about whether you are truly Semitic or not. It's just how we understand the word. Words do not always mean what they seem like they mean literally, especially not in English. What a weird language. With that out of the way, it is important to understand that this sort of repurposing of anti-Semitism against Arabs is very easy to do for a fairly simple reason. And that is that for European anti-Semites of the 18th and 19th centuries, the very reason why Jews came to be known as Semitic, as this sort of category of person, came out of the scientific racism of the 18th and 19th centuries, where efforts were being made to categorize peoples of the world, the ethnic groups of the world, into different supposed races or groups, and claiming that Jews were a Semitic people was an implication that they did not belong in Europe. It was a way to say that they were more like Arabs, like a hated historical enemy, and thus did not belong and could never belong in Europe. You can actually see this in the etymology of the word anti-Semitism, where particularly in Germany and France throughout the 19th century, the word was actually mostly used in a positive sense. For example, there was a political party in Germany called the Anti-Semitic League, and they were very proud of their hatred of Jews. So given that a huge part of the origin of the term anti-Semitic comes from this effort to say that Jews are like Arabs and therefore are outsiders, it really isn't surprising that anti-Semitic tropes can so fluidly be applied to Arabs and Muslims today, because that was the very point of it in the first place, to say that Jews were like Arabs and Muslims and therefore did not belong. When you go to almost any pro-Israel organization's website, they will have a list of anti-Semitic tropes. A lot of these tropes have sort of been invented recently. For example, comparing Israel to the Nazis is something that a lot of these websites will claim is anti-Semitic, but a lot of them are a lot more historical and a lot more part of the core belief system of anti-Semitism, which is pretty much designed from the very beginning to scapegoat one group of people in society and redirect and project broader problems with that society onto them. So if you look at the American Jewish Committee website, and this is an organization that is very openly pro-Israel and Zionist, they have a list of anti-Semitic tropes. And while around half of these are essentially just them attempting to equate being anti-Israel and anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Some actual anti-Semitic tropes are still listed here, a lot of which you can very clearly see being utilized against Arabs and Muslims and Palestinians today. For example, there is dual loyalty, and they say this is a bigoted trope that is used to cast Jews as the other, and it involves accusing Jews of being disloyal citizens whose true allegiance is to Israel or a hidden Jewish agenda. And through this, anti-Semites sow distrust and spread harmful ideas like the belief that Jews are a traitorous fifth column, meaning that they are undermining their country from within. This sounds precisely like what is presently being done to Muslims in Europe, not just more often, but to much greater effect than how it is presently being used against Jews. And that shows very well how these sorts of tropes can be utilized against another group, but in particular they can be utilized very easily against Muslims and Arabs. And note the particular obsession that they have here as well of linking all of this specifically to criticism of Israel. As I said, most of these organizations are far more invested in framing criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic than they are in actually just denouncing anti-Semitism. Another trope that is mentioned here is Jewish features. Large curved noses, curly or red hair, horns, dark eyes with drooping lids. These sorts of caricatures have been utilized against Arabs for an extremely long time as well. I found a number of them from the 70s, for example, but they are especially being revived today, in large part by pro-Israel people. You may have seen this cartoon recently released by the French magazine Charlie Hebdo, but which seems almost like a spitting image of the infamous anti-Semitic caricature that is commonly known online as the Happy Merchant. This list also includes the depiction of Jews as vermin, a tactic which has been commonly utilized by Israel and pro-Israel influencers during the Gaza genocide, with both Palestinian leaders and Palestinians in general being depicted as rats or cockroaches. On the list is also the trope of control, false reports that claim Jews control the media, banks, and governments, portraying them as secret puppet masters manipulating the world's economies and governments, which are part of a long-standing conspiracy of secret Jewish power. This is a trope that, as I have emphasized, is currently being utilized by Israel itself in its own propaganda, regardless of how absurd it is to claim that Palestinians are largely downtrodden and poor people could ever have such power. In this case, there are not so much claims of them controlling banks, but Zionists certainly seem to believe that there is a Palestinian control, even of the mainstream media that usually favors them, and that they have pervasive influence over world governments. In particular, they've been saying this lately regarding South Africa and global institutions such as the UN, the International Criminal Court, and the International Court of Justice. Another trope listed here is the anti-Semitic trope of Jews being clannish, which they say is an anti-Semitic stereotype which claims that Jews only associate and do business with their own kind, and that they are untrustworthy, aggressive, apathetic, exclusive, and unaccepting of non-Jews and non-Jewish cultures. And you see this presently being utilized regarding Muslim and Arab immigrants, the idea that they do not integrate, that they mostly mingle among themselves, which is used to frame them as a sort of internal enemy population, who are all more or less plotting together to eventually usurp the societies that they are in. Another anti-Semitic trope that is listed here is blood libel, which they claim is the accusation that Jews have murdered non-Jews in order to use their blood in rituals. Now, this trope is not being used one-to-one by Israel, but it is being used very similarly. For example, they have vastly exaggerated claims of atrocities committed by Palestinian militants. One of the initial claims that legitimized the Gaza genocide, for example, was the idea that Palestinian militants had massacred 40 babies in incubators and beheaded them. That is a very clear instance of blood libel used to demonize the Palestinian people and to justify their extermination. And I think that once you know what you're looking for, it is really easy to see some of the most pervasive and dangerous anti-Semitic tropes being utilized against Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians today. And these sort of tropes are ironically most common in Germany and Austria, really, where a part of the idea that the Arab migrants are sort of innate outsiders with dual loyalty comes from the fact that many of them are unwilling to integrate into the national ideology of these two countries, which involves atoning for their guilt for committing the Holocaust by uncritically supporting Israel. And that is then used as an example of how they are a sort of internal enemy. And they themselves are framed as anti-Semitic for this pervasively. So quite ironically, dishonest claims of anti-Semitism are now being utilized to quite quite anti-Semitically treat a group of people as internal enemies with dual loyalty. And all of this is absurdly dangerous. What Israel has done in Gaza has shown plainly what the result of this sort of rhetoric can be if it is allowed to extend to its logical conclusion. And it's precisely the same sort of conclusion that the Nazis came to due to their own anti-Semitic beliefs. If there is a group that is painted as an eternal internal enemy, then eventually there will be a drive to get rid of them. And what are the options for getting rid of them? Deportation or killing. Israel cannot simply deport the Palestinians as the Palestinians are in their own land. Hence its killing of them in Gaza and its endeavor to confine them in Gaza and the West Bank to as small of an area as possible. No one expects better on this from the Israelis. I think everyone already knows that they were genocidal against Palestinians. But in Europe, this sort of thing can still be stopped before it gets to the point that those spreading it can carry out what they ultimately want to do, even if they are afraid to say it out loud at this point. Westerners love to performatively denounce Islamophobia, while at the same time doing everything that they can to demonize Muslims and Arabs in general, as well as Palestinians. The fact of the matter is that currently, right now, as I said at the beginning, anti-Semitic tropes are being utilized to much greater effect against Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims than they are against Jews. There is actual real systemic danger of this anti-Semitic belief system being applied to Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians in ways that can only lead to atrocities. But ultimately, it seems like many Westerners, and especially Western politicians, took the wrong lesson from the phrase, never again. They seem to think that what it meant was never again for our allies or for those convenient to us, not never again for everyone. Thanks for watching. And if you really liked this video and are actually thinking of becoming a member of the Bad Empanada International Gang Stalking Criminal Ring, you can do that by sending me a monthly monetary contribution on Patreon or Ko-fi, or sending me a one-time donation on Ko-fi. Now I'd just like to thank all of my gang stalkers, but especially my $25 plus gang stalkers, Jordy, Alexa Nopt, Communist Functionary, S, the Son of Sandy, Ya Makamut Ya Habib, Jakagora, Lucian, Osman Malik, Qualia, Robocommy, Brosnan, Jel Cribson, Christian Corniels, Can't Care Less, XXXX, Eric Makdans, Yugopnik, Nabiru, B, Johnny Rocket, Firefox 42, Happy Nephron, Minijan, Eric Perkins, Ant, Max Halland, Jack Paul, Louis Bravo, Kieran Goodwin, Megan Lowndes. God, I have a lot of gang stalkers. Soyborn, Comrade Nabule, Clement Fudge, Hector Obregon, Asma B, Support Libraries, Jizdog, Cockled Badger, T Street, Aramis Goodspiel, Noah Larson, You Can Change Your Name, Bicep, Gavagundam 4444, Bubbly T, Adrian Nesu, The Big L, Goyo, Lorenzino, Lee Breeze, Robin, Gareth Miguel, K, Pacifist 2346, Mira, Atuin, Urculano, and the Empanada Brigades. Thanks again for watching, and make sure to show up Thursday for our weekly gang stalking debriefing.
Turns out our Democratic Party is willing to do bipartisan compromise, when in fact the Republicans are never willing to do bipartisan compromise, but the Democrats certainly are. And they're not there to do bipartisan compromise for good things, mind you. They're there to do bipartisan compromise for bad things. The Senate is advancing the Laken-Riley Act as we speak. Let's take a look.
The Riley Act is one step closer to becoming law. The Senate voting today to advance the bill, which would mandate federal detention of undocumented migrants accused of theft, burglary, assault.
Accused being the key word here, ladies and gentlemen, accused. Not just simply arrested or convicted, accused, okay? As in, I think that you, a brown man, stole some.
Kelly Beeson is in the newsroom with more on this.
Yes, so Nicole.
No, there's no more habeas corpus for undocumented migrants once passed, okay? That's it. And what are you going to do about it? Are you going to take it up to the Supreme Court? Do you think this current Supreme Court is going to actually entertain that notion? For years and years, I have said that the Supreme Court is inherently a political institution. Any sort of like John Roberts take on trying to overcome the political biases or the political nature of this institution is simply to try to make it seem like a legitimate, non-political body. The Supreme Court always has been and always will be a political instrument, a political institution that will go along with the needs of whichever party appointed them initially. Like, they always talk about the apolitical, nonpartisan nature of the Supreme Court. That's why they have lifetime appointments, right? That's why they talk about how this is an institution devoid of politics. It's like there's never been an instance where the Supreme Court is devoid of politics. It is the most political institution, or even worse than that, just, you know, liberal capitalism usually. At least now more Americans are aware of that, because you just ask the question, oh, what is this Supreme Court going to actually genuinely abide by the Constitution? No, they're not. 10 Democrats in the Senate, including John Ossoff, by the way, which was kind of shocking to me. Mark Kelly, of course, predictably, but John Ossoff, too, voted in favor of this. It voted so that it would have a filibuster-proof majority. Fetterman promised to never vote to harm dreamers because his wife, Giselle, was a dreamer. He has shattered that promise by backing the Laken-Riley Act. Yeah. Fetterman-Britt partnership is fueling the Laken-Riley Act. Britt asked Fetterman to join her bill. He did immediately, and more D's followed. Friendship goes back 2 years. She visited him at Walter Reed. Text chain with them and spouses. He calls her husband the big unit. She didn't have to twist any arms or do any convincing, Fetterman says. To be the first Democrat to step out of the way, we need to do something. I think it's been tremendous. Britt says on Fetterman. Fetterman was the only leftist grifter. No, that's not how it works. He didn't grift to the left, Chad. He went right wing. It's not about what your starting point is. That's why I always say you only grift to the right. You only go right wing. And I don't even think he's a grifter. I think his brain melted. Like, I unironically think he stroked out into conservatism. And that's not speculation. Like, that's something that he volunteers. I genuinely think brain damage made him conservative. He said as much on the Bill Maher show. Jackson Hinkle is a left-wing grifter, you say. Except Jackson Hinkle is anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-Semitic. Like, what are you talking about? That's the problem. Do you understand?
The doctors within Hirschfield said that it was burned down because the Nazis had all of their private information in the institute because they were...
That's why they burned it down. I thought they burned it down because they were trying to start...
The only source on record from within the hospital said they burned it because the Nazis were all going there. I mean, why would they not burn any other one in Germany? Why would they not attack?
This is so, I'm sorry. I gotta give him credit. This is the funniest and most creative way, I guess, do Holocaust/Nazi denialism. It's something that I've never heard before. He's saying that the Nazis were all trans and gay, and that's why they burned the largest like medical research conducted globally at the time on trans people, to cover up the evidence that they were all gay. That's awesome. These people get more prominence when they go right-wing on key issues. In order for someone to quote-unquote grift to the left, there needs to be a lot of support for leftist politics. There needs to be monetary support for left-wing politics. There isn't. So it's incredibly stupid to grift to the left. You don't get anything out of it. People sometimes arrive at more progressive politics due to their own personal circumstances, where they develop a better understanding of the things other people go through or change their minds or whatever. But there's usually a penalty associated with it. That's why for every one guy that is like financially successful to this degree, there are a million right-wingers that would literally kill me in a money spread. Okay? Why would you grift to the left? The left are an eclectic group of people who are just like constantly angry at one another over minor differences in opinion or misunderstandings.
Here's Laken Riley.
Yes.
Her murder, her horrific murder at the hands of this illegal migrant who was also unlawfully paroled in the United States. Her death, not an actual issue?
It's a tragedy.
But not an actual issue?
Migrant crime is much less of an issue than U.S. citizen committed crime.
Not an actual issue? Those are your words. Her death, not an actual issue. I just want to get
Like, dog, you know what he means. Oh, God, browbeating over this. Like, hey, when the right does it, though, it's not woke, okay? It's only annoying when SJWs do this, okay? Weaponizing a misunderstanding on purpose. The broader point still holds, okay? Albeit an awful tragedy. The only reason why you're talking about it is because you want to weaponize this tragedy to create a completely fabricated notion that undocumented migrants are responsible for a lot more crime that they're actually responsible for per capita. It is ridiculous. Oh, it's so shameless. It is so shameless. It's so up. Just browbeating over this left and right. Oh my God, I hate it.
You're here as a spokesman for the minority party. I just want to make sure the record's clear on this. The spokesman for the minority party is advising the Senate that the Laken Riley Act is a bad idea and we ought to stop it. The spokesman for the minority party is saying that Laken Riley's death and migrant crime is not an actual issue. I can't frankly believe that I am hearing these words. You said it's not an actual issue. I read you the quote.
Laken Riley's death was not an actual issue.
You said that the murder of a nursing student in...
Oh my God, I hate this so much. Holy moly.
In Georgia has a lot of people on the right talking about migrant crime. You put it in quotation marks, square quotes, like it's an actual issue. She's dead because of migrant crime, right? Let's try something else. Here, do you know who this is?
I can't watch this. This is pissing me off. This is pissing me off. I can't do this.
Local radio host Javi has American citizenship, but many of his listeners are undocumented.
Sé que hay muchas dudas, sé que hay muchas preguntas por parte de ustedes. Entonces, hoy, ¿qué les parece si abrimos el micrófono para que nos platiquen un poquito de eso?
This radio station allows listeners to share their concerns, as well as tip-offs to avoid immigration raids. But not all of the Hispanic community is against what Trump stands for.
¡Hola, Filiberto!
¿Qué pasó, Filiberto? ¿Cómo estás?
Aquí riéndome de ustedes.
¿Por qué riéndote de nosotros?
No, porque el que está preocupado, dicen que el migrante no, el que está preocupado es el ilegal, el mantenido. El migrante, nosotros, las personas decentes, los ciudadanos que nos hicimos y todo, no tenemos miedo, al contrario, estamos orgullosos que va a llegar el justiciero mayor.
El justiciero, oye, pero a ver.
If this guy turns out to be undocumented, I'm shutting this off. If it turns out that he has an immediate relative that's undocumented, I'm shutting it off. I'm shutting it off. I can't deal with this right now. Wait, he already said he is undocumented? Oh my God. Wait, did I miss that part?
¡Hola, Filiberto!
¿Qué pasó, Filiberto? ¿Cómo estás?
Aquí riéndome de ustedes.
¿Por qué riéndote de nosotros?
No, porque el que está preocupado, dicen que el migrante no, el que está preocupado es el ilegal, el mantenido. El migrante, nosotros, las personas decentes, los ciudadanos que nos hicimos y todo, no tenemos miedo, al contrario, estamos orgullosos que va a llegar el justiciero mayor.
El justiciero, oye, pero a ver, el justiciero.
This is a debate high on emotion and low on facts. Trump's campaign promises were vague, and Javi is skeptical about the impact there will be this time round.
Son solamente 4 años de administración. Somos muchos millones en este país. No, tendrían que contratar a...
My dad is like this dude. He believes Trump's doing the right thing. My mom was undocumented when he met her. Dude, I listened to the report from the New York Times this morning over the Nicaraguan lady who was undocumented, who was talking about how she knows other undocumented people that have been in the United States for like 10 plus years at this point. She's been here for 20 years and she couldn't comprehend, like, or she could, but she just could not deal with the reality that like undocumented migrants that have been here for 10 plus years are mad about the newcomers, saying like, what the f are you guys doing? Why are you coming in here? There's perhaps no better indication that the American brain rot is set in when you are literally still undocumented on U.S. soil and you think like, oh, all these newcomers got to go. Half the time you can't even speak English and you have this mentality and I'm like, you're American. That's it. You are truly assimilated to the American brain rot where you're just like, yeah, I'm Guatemalan, but all these other Guatemalan have to go. I'm Guatemalan, but I've been here for 10 years. Give me citizenship. Those other Guatemalans. That's wild. It's like, yeah, I'm Guatemalan, but I've been here for 10 years and I hate them. I hate them. Okay. So many people that still don't have citizenship truly think that it is because it is because of newcomers that they don't have citizenship yet. They think these newcomers are actually cutting the line. It's like, bro, you cut the line. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean they're cutting the line? Okay, so did you. You just happened to cut the line 10 years ago. What are you talking about? What an insane statement to make. And a lot of people literally think like that is that's the setback, that they think that if more people stop coming in that they would just like automatically get citizenship or something. They also falsely assume that this government won't come after them. There's also this other commonly held notion. ICE won't come after them because they're law-abiding undocumented immigrants. They're law-abiding in the sense that like they have jobs, but these other ones that are coming in, they're criminals. It's like they're not. And the people that are making these rules do not distinguish between you and them. You are both undocumented and perhaps more importantly, brown, okay? And also, there is no real reason to deport them either because they, just like you, are not responsible for a larger share of crimes than American citizens are. It was never about crime apprehension and crime detention and lowering the percentage of crime. If that was the case, they'd be focusing on American citizens. Are there any formerly undocumented women that feel this way? Or is it just men being entitled fascist thugs as always? That's so funny to think that this doesn't transcend beyond gender. No, of course there are undocumented women that feel this way as well. What are you talking about? Have you never seen a QAnon abuela? What do you mean? No, there are hella women that feel this way too.
Although illegal crossings at the southern border dropped sharply at the end of last year, the issue helped propel him to the...
There was an NBC video after the election of naturalized immigrants saying that Trump was going to deport the bad illegals, not the good ones. Yeah. The problem there is no such thing, okay? If you are, quote unquote, a bad illegal, as in an undocumented person that did a crime, you already get deported, or depending on the severity of your crime, permanent prison, okay? The notion that the American government does not prosecute significant crimes like committed by undocumented migrants is so idiotic. I don't know where to begin. There are people who unironically think like, oh, when you're an undocumented migrant, they'd let you do the crime because they're woke. The police are woke. The federal agents are woke.
At a moment of political division, Bakersfield Hispanic community is pulling together. Raul and his family are attending a parade for the Virgin of Guadalupe, the patron saint of Mexico. It's a tradition which connects people from across Latin America at a time when many feel they are being singled out.
El 90% está sentida, pero más que nada que cómo se siente. Tienen miedo, tienen temor.
We have to talk about Asmongold. We have to talk about Asmongold. As you guys know, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs. Okay, yes, we do. We do. This is a good one. I promise. It's a real let them fight situation. That's the reason why it's a fantastic story. I love it. I'm going to explain something to you. Oh my God. Penguinzo came out with an 11-minute video, which has 500,000 views in an hour. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. You will never stop me from covering this story because it's everything. It's everything to me. It's got the wealthiest person, the most powerful person on the planet right now, behaving like a thin-skinned man baby over the dumbest thing possible, and all of the sweatiest gamers that are normally supposed to be Elon Musk fanboys and loyalists losing their minds, finally waking up to the reality that maybe Elon Musk is a fraudulent charlatan. I'm sorry. This story is everything to me. okay? A real let them fight situation. On the one hand, Asmongold, a person who never leaves his home until it's to get a Whataburger, okay, is also somewhat of an Elon Musk fanboy, if you will, okay? Being pressured by other gamers in the community to finally come out and make a understandable, pointed criticism towards Elon Musk for cheating in Path of Exile 2. Very clearly cheating in Path of Exile 2. You got Quinn and Crip, two content creators who are now officially my goats for what they have done. I will openly cast aside all of the resentment and previous things that Quinn has said about me, and I will openly state, Quinn, you're good in my book. You're my goat. The investigative reporting that these people did in terms of identifying and exposing Elon Musk for so clearly boosting an account by hiring potentially a pro somewhere in an Asian server, okay? It was fantastic. The story begins with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the wealthiest person on the planet. He owns numerous companies. Many of them are backed by government subsidies, despite the fact that he routinely will cry about government subsidies, or not government subsidies necessarily, but taxes, because he is a selfish little billionaire. Elon Musk is one of the most thin-skinned, narcissistic people on the planet. He desperately wants the attention and admiration of gamers, okay? Why would you want that? Who knows, okay? I don't understand it, but he wants it desperately. Now, in an effort to garner this kind of attention, he has oftentimes called himself the meme king. With the worst, most deep-fried 9-gag memes you've ever seen, the most 56-year-old man memes you've ever seen online. But aside from that, he has also regularly tried to showcase himself as a legendary gamer, to garner this kind of admiration from the sweatiest gamers. And in that process, he's actually gotten a decent amount of motion. People thought that he was very good at gaming when he played Diablo. Luckily for him, not a lot of people play Diablo, I guess, in comparison to Path of Exile, or in comparison to how much people are invested in Path of Exile. When he played Diablo 4, or in air quotes, played Diablo 4, Elon Musk most likely boosted his account, okay? I enjoyed Diablo 4, by the way. People are saying Diablo 4 bad. I don't care. I enjoyed it, but that's probably further evidence that it wasn't very good. Now, having said that, he presented himself as one of the best Diablo 4 players on the planet, except when he actually streamed it, he wasn't that good. But people didn't really care necessarily. People didn't know enough about it. However, Elon Musk, with his endless hubris, actually did something even worse than that. Elon Musk played Path of Exile 2 when it came out. For those of you who don't know, Path of Exile 2 is also another top-down, like, strategic RPG style game, but also like a MMORPG. RPG is the genre. Okay. It's very sweaty. It's an action RPG that is top down. It's very, very, very sweaty. It's very difficult. If you look at that skill tree on it, you're like, it immediately makes your heart explode. For me, it gave me an aneurysm. I looked at the skill tree one time and I was like, there's no way I can actually touch this. It's actually crazy. It's not a skill tree. It's a skill forest. It's a skill universe, right? It's a skill galaxy. Anyway, having said that, it's a very sweaty game. It's a very sweaty game. And a lot of people play it. And the game has been out for not that long, right? But in the process, Elon Musk, in his endless hubris, decided to boost his account to such a high rank that it was physically impossible for him to genuinely get to that degree of success as the number 7th highest ranking player in the world. I suspect, given the numerous tools that Path of Exile actually offers in terms of tracking individual players, this meant that they could figure out exactly when he was logging on, where he was logging on from, the account at least, and what kind of trades this account was making. And Crip and Quinn actually dove deep and figured out, as far as I understand, that this was completely boosted. And I suspect, with the limited amount of information or with the limited amount of knowledge that I have over the situation, I suspect that not only did Elon Musk hire someone to do this, I think he hired multiple people to do this. Multiple very highly skilled players, because the level, like to get to number 7 on the planet, you don't just need constant grinders. You need 24/7 grinding. And also on top of that, you need to most likely do real money trades, which is also another big no-no, another instance of cheating, in order to be able to get the best possible items. Because as far as I understand, Path of Exile 2, especially in hardcore, there's a lot of trading happening because there's RNG involved in the game. You can't it's not a guarantee that you're going to have the best possible items drop every single time you do these raids or whatever, right? So he most likely did every wrong thing you can possibly do in this game that a lot of people take super seriously. And in that process, people understandably started making fun of him. And many of these people who previously were predisposed with Elon Musk being a gamer or being a meme lord or being awesome, finally had the wool pulled over from their eyes and recognized that perhaps Elon Musk is not the legend he claims to be. Initially, it started, like I said, with Quinn and Cripps investigative reporting, and shout out to both of them. We watched their analysis on the broadcast. Now, how does Asmongold get into this equation? Asmongold is an Elon defender. Asmongold also is followed by Elon Musk. Elon Musk has apparently talked about watching Asmongold videos and whatnot in the past. So for that reason, a lot of people were kind of confused as to why Asmongold, who spends 8.5 hours anytime there is like a non-fuckable main character in a video game that's not even out yet, people were shocked that no, he wasn't watching Quinn's video. As a matter of fact, Quinn's 11-minute video or his 28-minute video investigating Elon Musk's misdeeds in Path of Exile 2 was perfectly in line with the type of content that Asmongold normally reacts to. So people were wondering why Asmongold was not reacting to Quinn's video. Why, oh why was he not actually taking out the dagger and stabbing Elon with it, not literally, but figuratively, right? And people started speculating as to why Asmongold wasn't reacting to Quinn's video or talking about the latest and greatest, the largest, most significant news story of all, that Elon Musk was a fraudulent charlatan who was actually lying to boost his gamer credibility. So people started speculating that Asmongold was doing that deliberately, was refusing to shit on Elon Musk because Elon Musk was maybe an Asmongold fan, and Asmongold was an Elon Musk fanboy in return. So then all of that pressure inevitably amounted to Asmongold actually taking a stance. In a famous tweet, he turned around and said, if Elon Musk can prove that he actually played Path of Exile himself, I will start live streaming on X. This caused a lot of chaos and controversy. He also started making, he took out a couple subtle jabs, maybe not so subtle jabs, at Elon Musk. And all hell broke loose. Ladies and gentlemen, all hell broke loose in the aftermath of that, because Elon Musk, being the petty tyrant, the thin-skinned man-child that he is, decided to soft block Asmongold, which is the process where you try to subtly, well, you can't do anything subtly if you're Elon Musk on the platform. And under normal circumstances, it's something that you do subtly where you just block and then unblock someone so they don't follow you any longer. Elon Musk also took away, as far as I understand, Asmongold's verified account.
I would assume that since I am not following him either right now, I would assume that he soft blocked me, which means that he probably blocked me and then unblocked me, which made it to where I don't follow him and he also doesn't follow me. Now, I will have to tell you that the last time that happened to me was with an angry ex-girlfriend.
Oh my God. Oh, it's so good. Now, not only that, but also Elon, in the funniest way possible, took matters further. One thing you missed, Asmon finally relented the pressure and watched the Quinn video 3 days ago. This was the trigger. Yes. Why? This is what caused Elon Musk to lose his mind, because he finally watched the video, the Quinn 69 video, and his editor wrote, Elon Musk is not getting away with this. So due to an outsized, a steady amount of pressure, he finally watches Quinn's video and he gives his commentary on it, and Elon Musk loses his mind. Last night, all the puzzle pieces basically fell in order.
I don't even understand.
We set the stage for this delicious, fantastic delicacy of drama. Oh, delectable. Oh, fantastic. Kino cinema. So this is the moment where Elon Musk unfollows Asmongold after Asmongold's videos come out and Elon Musk sees it and he gets very mad.
Stand it. Elon unfollowed Asmon. Is he not happy about the, probably not happy about the PoE video?
Yeah, not even gaming. Elon Musk is not getting away with this.
There's no way he played that account.
Just running past Kazov.
No filter.
He's not pressing his mana blast.
He's individually dragging the maps into the inventory.
Level 48.
It's not really about one of these things happening. It's about everything happening. There has to be hundreds of hours to being level 97. If Elon Musk can prove that he played this account to 97, I will stream on X starting the day that he proves it for an entire year straight, every single stream that I do. It was so obvious. You cannot get mad at me for bringing this up. If somebody does something that I like, I'm going to say, I like the fact that you did that. But if they do something that I don't like, I have to say that it's bad. Because if you don't do that, that's not really telling the truth, is it? What is this? He responded about it? I love my Chinese alter ego. Okay, here we go.
So one of the questions was, am I going to comment on the Chinese driver of my Path of Exile account? Yes. His name is Elon Musk. And he's amazing. I rely on him for everything.
God, he's such a lame ass dude. Oh, yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah, he's the one who's running the account. Yeah.
Well, there it is. The mystery has been solved. There we go. The ghost camera.
Ian Miles Chong, damn, you going hard. So many deaths along the way. It's so, like, these guys are such pathetic fucking cringe lords, man. So bad! The dick riders. Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. The dick riders know full well that the only thing Elon wants is unlimited rides on the penis, okay? That's it. He will always go back to the offering. He will always turn around and defend and hype up his greatest riders of the penis, the cock carousel dick riders. And of course, Ian Miles Wrong is one of the greatest examples of this. Tim Pool's another one. There's a bunch of these guys out there. Many of them are just like right-wing weirdos, right? Oh, Quinn called Ian Miles Wrong out? Oh, hell yeah.
This guy is like one of those dudes like in leather, tied up, you know, like he's like a gimp, right? He's like he's a personification of like a gimp on Twitter, and all he does is eat Elon's ass. And Elon replies to him and agrees with him all the time. And it's like, bro, this is not a human being.
Okay, I need to tell you guys something very funny. I've had real journalists, not tech journalists, like tech journalists are real journalists too, but like straight up political journalists reach out to me because they're like, hey, do you know this Quinn guy? I'm not even kidding. I've had people reach out to me so I can put them in contact with Quinn. Now, if Quinn wants to, he followed me recently and I followed him back just now. I DM'd him. I was like, if you want, I can put you in contact with some of these people if you want to go and talk about this in mainstream news. But it is so funny to me that this story, this investigative reporting from Quinn is causing so many fissures. Ryan Grimm reached out directly to me. It was like, hey man, so are you friends with this Quinn guy? He's in your space. I would love to have him on the broadcast. Like, can you imagine? It's incredible, dude. Holy moly.
This is not a human being. This is like an eating gimp suit wearing bozo clown. He will literally say anything if whatever he thinks Elon will like is what he will type. That is it. Like, it's not even a person. He is a machine learning algorithm of how to like eat Elon Musk's ass the best. And you agree with this guy and reply like, really?
He's right. And you should say it. I'm so glad that other people are starting to recognize inevitably in a long enough timeline, there was going to be something that causes people to see the truth. Inevitably, there was going to be something that causes people to recognize that Elon Musk is a charlatan, a con man, thin-skinned, narcissistic man-child. And one by one, the remaining possible Elon Musk fanboys are falling. And I love that it was Path of Exile 2 that caused this collapse to take place. Everyone keeps saying that every time Elon touches a topic they're knowledgeable about was the moment they realize how utterly stupid he is. Yeah, and it causes people to go, wait a minute, if he's lying in this way, because like, look, not everyone is going to be a super genius on every issue. For example, I have my intellectual weaknesses and everybody knows it, right? Like when it comes to foreign policy, I think that's like my bread and butter. When it comes to like domestic issues in terms of labor related domestic issues, in terms of healthcare related domestic issues, in terms of like, you know, rehabilitation, women's rights is probably not my forte, right? I have weaknesses there. I have ball knowledge and I have enough knowledge over certain issues, but it's clear that like it's not my forte. I would say macroecon is another one of those things, right? It's not my forte. It's not like something that I am the most knowledgeable on. I can dish out commentary in real time out of nowhere in a way that where I can pull crazy amounts of detail for many of the things that I talk about, but there are certain areas where like it's not, certain areas where it's like apparent that it's not my strongest area, right? Now, the difference is when it's an area that I'm like unfamiliar with, I try not to present myself as like the foremost authority on the issue, and I will, you know, I will voluntarily reveal that this is not my strong suit. Having said that, right? Having said that, that's still within the realm of like what I do. That's still in the realm of what I do. Elon Musk, on the other hand, is very obviously trying to enter areas that he has either no knowledge on or very little knowledge on, but also simultaneously presenting himself as like someone who is top 7 on the planet, right? Like Path of Exile, like you have no business trying to present yourself in this way. If you literally tried to present yourself as like in the top 100 of Path of Exile, people wouldn't even pay that much attention. If you presented yourself as like top 1,000 at Path of Exile 2, people probably wouldn't be this invested. But he demonstrates so much hubris as a multi-billionaire where he has to literally be in the top 10, which immediately makes people go, okay, that's impossible. The amount of man hours that you put in, the amount of investment that you put into this game is impossible for you to do, is impossible for you to get to this point. Like, it's just physically impossible, you know what I mean? And that, I think, is the reason why a lot of people will encounter Elon in this area that they're like at least somewhat knowledgeable on and go, oh my God, he is not only like, it's not that he's cheating, it's that he's cheating in such a stupid and visible way. And it also demonstrates his insecurity and the fact that he's like basically doubling down and tripling down and attacking people who are correctly calling him out, that causes people to go, oh my God, what else has he done this on? That's it. That's why it's such a wake up moment, like a wake up call for, I guess, the last remaining group of people that are supposed to be Elon Musk fanboys. I think coming after Asmongold like this is unironically one of the worst things he could have done, because that is like a bastion of pro Elon sentiment. Like that's one of the last like massive communities that probably has like any sort of positive opinions on Elon Musk. He already lost the white nationalists and the mega racists with the H-1B stuff, because he was like, I want to replace all of you. In their minds, they think Elon wants to replace all the tech workers with Indian tech workers. So they're already like very upset at him, right? He was already getting cooked on that front. They were like, oh man, we really loved you when you let us be like as racist as we want to be. But now it's like, now it's kind of messed up because we realized that you put profits over, we thought you were a real one. We thought you were a real racist. And it seems like you put profits over racism, and that's kind of messed up. And now he's losing the gamers. He's still got his crypto bros though. Yeah, he'll never lose those guys. But those guys are permanent bag holders. So you know, it's virtually impossible for them to lose the crypto bros because they're used to getting cooked. Like their whole world is just like constantly believing in false profits and, you know, losing the bag, getting rug pulled over and over again, and then thinking this time it'll be different when there is no evidence that it will be different. It'll be the exact same. It's been the exact same every single time so far. So those guys are kind of stupid. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like, you know, it's like selling timeshare to a Mormon, you know?
Elon Musk knew nothing about the game. It was very clear. And the big thing about it wasn't even that he had someone boosting his account for him. It's that he was just in this complete denial and trying to convince people that he is the best gamer alive. Like, this game's a little too easy. I'm on max difficulty, you know, swagged out mode, and I'm just kind of breezing through it because I'm just that good at games, that kind of thing. It's his reluctance to just be honest about, like, hey guys, I like this game. I don't have time to grind it, so I paid these people to grind it for me so that way I can get to the end game and, you know, play the content I want. It wouldn't have blown up to this degree. I still think that would have been a little silly and people would have still absolutely made fun of him for it, but to a lesser degree. It just, what's the point? Why are you paying someone to boost your account? If you like the game, why not just play it on your own time, even if it's not that fast and even if you're not top of the charts? But for Elon, the reason is because he wants everyone to view him as God's gift to humanity. So like, I'm one of the best gamers, check the stats. And he didn't achieve it, it wasn't him. And when Quinn made this video, it very much hurt Elon because the game...
It's not even like, why cheat? I understand why he cheated, okay? I get that, because it's like marketing for him. He thinks it's like boosting his gamer cred. Why cheat to this degree is the real question. Like, you could have cheated smarter. You didn't have to be number 7 on the planet. I'm telling you right now, if Elon Musk hired someone, a team of like very good Path of Exile players in China to farm his account, to constantly boost his account, to engage in like real currency trading in the game, all of that is, to a certain degree, if done correctly, would not have caused people to get this mad. Because if you were in the top 500, that's still an incredibly impressive feat. But his hubris caused him to go harder and harder and harder and put himself at top 7. Like, that's crazy. I mean, it's just so obvious that it's not. It would have been obvious that it's not you, even if you were in the top 100. But when you're in the top 10, more people end up paying attention to it. The dumbest person you know in high school knows not to cheat to get 100% on an exam. If you're gonna cheat, you have to get like a B+ at best. You're not supposed to get 100% on the exam, man. That is going to cause your teacher to go, wait a minute, you're one of the best in the class. Like, come on. It literally shows how stupid he is. That to me is a perfect demonstration. You're not supposed to cheat and get 100%. You're gonna get unnecessary attention. It's something that you learn in like 3rd grade, man.
Gamers that he's trying to appeal to were privy to the fact that he's not the gaming god he claims to be. And that damaged him. So I knew he was going to have a comical response, but I didn't expect it would be this absurd. To set the stage for what happens next, Asman and many others covered Quinn's video, as well as other people's content talking about how it was impossible that Elon was the one that actually played on that account because he is just dog shit and knows nothing about the game. Asman covered this, he talked about it, reacted to the video, and today, Elon went on Twitter and had this to say. Asman behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He is not his own man.
Dude, and then he leaked private DMs. You are you're the wealthiest person on the planet. And you're beefing with a guy who had a dead rat as an alarm clock in his house that he rarely leaves, and you're beefing with him and you're leaking his private DMs. What is wrong with you? Asman Gold was caught with a live roach literally crawling on him, and you're beefing with him as the wealthiest, most powerful person on the planet. You're about to be in the incoming administration. You have every agency in the federal government that is prosecuting virtually every single company that you own, and now you are going to be in charge of all of those regulatory agencies, and you are spending your time arguing with Asman Gold. I cannot explain to you how much I love this story because of how stupid it is, because how perfectly this demonstrates once again that meritocracy is a lie. Everything Elon Musk does is so narcissistic, so insecure, so ego-driven, and so utterly idiotic that it perfectly exemplifies the lie that is that he worked hard and he worked smart to achieve the level of wealth and power he achieved. This is a 53-year-old man with not 1, not 2, not 4, not 10, 12 children. One of his children he actually has disowned. And this man is spending daytime on beefing with Asmongold. That, to me, is insane. It is a perfect demonstration that, like, CEOs don't do much. That's the broader takeaway that I want all of you to get from this story. If you believe the lie that if someone is super wealthy, they really deserve
Chris,
it.
how long has my mic
even
not
though
been
ironically
working?
you're
I
watching
don't
someone like myself who very clearly lucked into all of this success and all of this, financial success specifically. Duh. But aside from myself, like if you look at someone like Elon Musk and you believe the lie that these billionaires have worked hard and worked smart to get to the point that they got to, and they're still working hard and they're still working smart at the same time, while they're specifically
here's my
doing
impression
this
of a
petty,
billionaire.
nonsensical bullshit. This should be a wake-up call for you. That's it. It's a wake-up call. Well, I mean, in my case, I do actually quite literally put in the hours. It's visible. It's what I do. My job requires me to be on camera, so you see it. But with Elon, because he's behind a veneer of hard work that he can work in the shadows or whatever, people still speculate that he's working really hard behind the scenes. But like, he works extra hard, in my opinion, to basically prove that he's not working hard. Yeah, the wealthiest CEO on earth, ironically enough, this is a good point, Gremlo, the wealthiest CEO on earth would beef with Asmongold because he's got the time, but a top 5 Path of Exile 2 hardcore player wouldn't have the time to beef with Asmongold. That is the reality. If Elon Musk actually was a top 7 Path of Exile 2 player, he literally would not have enough time to send tweets to Asmongold or send any tweets at all, because he'd be grinding at least 18 hours a day, at least. It is a feat that is virtually impossible for one singular person, especially considering RNG and how important trade is in order for you to get the best possible items and in order for you to be at the tippy top. No matter how hard you work in Path of Exile, there's still the element of RNG that you cannot overcome. So clearly, he's not working hard on anything. He's just working hard on this type of shit.
He then leaked his DMs with Asmon, where he said, this is Asmon, I'm gonna see if my editors might want to make a second account for it. And then Elon replies, sure. Who are these mysterious editors?
That's crazy to me. He's like tracking Asmongold's editors because he's mad. He's mad at the way his editors, like, most likely, from context clues, like, I think he was upset at the way, or like Asmongold kind of probably said, like, oh, my editors titled my videos, like, I didn't do it myself or something, right? And Elon, being the 53-year-old man that he is, thought that his editors, being the 53-year-old man that he is, in this former conversation from November 29, 2024, thinks that his editors are like a news editor. He doesn't understand anything. Think about that. He literally heard Asmongold be like, oh, these are my editors, right? They run the YouTube account. Like, this is, so any content I post is edited or uploaded by them, and they just get a cut of the ad revenue. It's a super good system, to be honest. Almost everyone on YouTube does it. Elon Musk thought that meant Asmongold works for his editors and not vice versa, because he is 53 years old and thinks that it works in the same way that it does in newspapers. Because he posted this private correspondence with Asmongold with the tweet that accompanied it stating, oh, Asmongold is owned by these people.
He actually sounds like that news anchor. Who is this 4chan? Like, how can someone be this fucking out of touch and stupid? I will never cease to be shocked by the absolute idiot potion this guy seems to be boofing on.
Do you understand how stupid this is?
Daily, like, how? What do you mean, who are these mysterious editors? Do you not know what editors are? Holy shit.
No, Charlie, he's 53 years old, so he thinks editors have editorial control over content creators because he doesn't understand that they are video editors. He thinks that they are editors in the same vein as editors at the New York Times, because in traditional press, in mainstream media, editors have editorial control over what journalists are writing. They're kind of like a boss, a manager. That's what he thinks is going on here.
That's incorrect. Asmongold's editors are actually his employees. They edit, upload his content for a revenue share. They don't control what he does. And then Elon Musk proceeds to take away Asmongold's check mark on Twitter. You remember that thing Elon was like really adamant about, you know, how check marks were kind of like weaponized? Hey, Elon, You're doing that. So, the free speech guy, you're taking away his checkmark because he hurt your feelings, fundamentally shadow banning him because without a checkmark, his replies and his engagement go way down and you won't really see it anymore. You're shadow banning.
That's the only, you know, honestly, I just got a big burst of leftist optimism. Because it's like, you don't gotta convince these motherfuckers. Reality will convince them of leftist policies. Stuff we're saying right now, the left has been saying forever. You finally come around when you see actual evidence. Just so anyone who's listening to this, like, there's no leftist who doesn't want their opinion based on evidence.
Stay on task.
Like, evidence is bow down to evidence. And this is literally evidence. What the left has been saying forever. And the second is Luigi. Luigi. You know which one I'm talking about. The left has been saying what Luigi has been saying forever. And the right-wing fucking tough guys fucking finally understand what we're saying based on what? Not based on like leftist rhetoric, based on fucking reality. Based on seeing it with your own goddamn eyes. Jesus fucking Christ. Get your head out your ass and fucking right cunts. Thank you.
Someone who hurt your feelings.
Mr. Free Speech, by the way, Mr. Free Speech, once again, Mr. Free Speech.
He is actively doing all of the things he says he is super against, and all of the people say that he hates and will never do. He does it. I'm
gonna say it. Critical support to Asmongold in this trying time, okay?
I don't see how a single Elon Musk nipple-suckling leech could see this and conjure up some kind of excuse for it. There's no mental gymnastics that could possibly exist to justify this behavior. It's the epitome of everything people hate. It's cringe.
A lot of critical support here. Critical support for Quinn and critical support for Asmongold. I mean, you know.
It's sensitive.
In these trying times.
It's an abuse of power. His feelings got hurt, so he used his power as the fucking chief general of Twitter to take away his checkmark because he hurt his feelings. And then he goes on to leak DMs. How could you possibly look at that and be like, no, that makes sense. Elon was in the right here.
What? He has been sucking up trying to get back in Elon's good graces all day. Wait, really? Elon is such a petty bitch that I feel like he might not.
Let's say you just love Elon. You know what? I'm not your dad. You can like whoever you want, like whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me. But why do you have to like something and then love everything they ever do? Why can't you be more receptive to, like, you know, I really like Elon, but this was a bad look. I didn't.
Earlier, Esmo was saying Elon was probably right and he probably deserved it, and Elon did an oopsie, but it's fine. No.
I didn't like what he did here. I think this was pretty embarrassing. That's called being normal. For some reason, people just can't be normal anymore. If you like something, you have to be obsessed with it. You have to fucking love it. You have to be, like, snorting that drug constantly and shut out and hate everyone who pokes holes in it. It's so weird. I don't know why people want to live their life this way. They just want, like, the black and white. Elon good. Anyone who said Elon not good, they're bad. Elon good. I don't.
Asmongold said it wasn't a big deal. Elon leaked his DMs. That's insane. That is insane. You're talking about the guy who runs this platform, man. He's basically like, he's basically pointing unnecessary attention towards your editors, dude. What the hell? That is how do you ride that dick after the dick has been spoiled, you know?
I don't know why people want that. No one likes to think anymore, and with the way the internet's gone, you don't have to think anymore. You can just wait for tweets to tell you what to think, or even chat GPT to tell you what to think. I guess it's just easier to live your life on, like, drooling autopilot mode. But I would argue that you are doing yourself a huge disservice in life if you just live this way, where even if you really like Elon, whatever, why not just be receptive to the idea that he's not infallible? Maybe he does make mistakes. Maybe he is cringe sometimes. And you can acknowledge that, recognize that, and then at the end of the day, still like him if you want. It just doesn't compute with me. And of course, it's not exclusive to Elon. It's a very normal thing now all of a sudden where if you like something or like someone, anything that is brought up that's negative about it is like the end of the world to you, and then you spend hours a day arguing with bots on Twitter about it and defending the thing you like. I just don't get it. Elon Musk, I think, is just the best example of this phenomenon because his fan base does PR for him as if it's their actual job. Like,
yeah, it's like the worst of the worst in terms of like parasocial behavior because Elon Musk has the money to actually hire people. Like if there's one guy that could just like simply hire people to do PR for him, it's Elon. And he does PR, right? He has a PR team. So what's crazy to me is that like people in that situation still ride him into oblivion. They ride him into oblivion like a bunch of medieval peasants that think that this is their only opportunity at a shot at being a part of the aristocracy. Like they straight up, I totally understand how these like, my lord deserves the extra grain type peasants existed back in the day during times of monarchy where the lordship and the God-ordained divine king was able to command such a large swath of the population because they thought that they could have a crumb. They thought that they could have a crumb of the gold that the king has in his dungeons, okay? That's straight up what it is. Please take my wife. On prima nocta, my lord, I would be honored if you took my teenage wife's virginity, my lord. That's what they're doing. That's how they're operating. Like for a shot, for a crumb of like Elon Musk's attention.
Oh, he still
they
has
just literally do free PR for him. It makes no sense. At least back then, the leaders appealed to divinity. Today, there's no logic other than money equals power equals intelligence. Yes, the thing that held that kind of structure under theocratic monarchies was obviously the fact that, you know, God made the king, right? And that's why he deserved it. Now it is a failed notion of meritocracy under capitalism. It's not God that put Elon in that position. It's actually this lie that society constantly reinforces that Elon actually worked harder and worked smarter than everybody else to get to that position. That's it. This is what I mean, I've said this many, many times over. We worship the throne of the almighty dollar, okay, instead of previously assuming that someone in a position of power was God ordained. And for some people, it is actually still godliness. America is predisposed with this notion that like, with the notion of prosperity gospel, right? That like, if you are poor, it's because of your own moral failures. If you're rich, it's because God has actually shined his graceful light upon you because you deserve to be rich. So there is that same mechanism of reinforcement even with American understandings of Christianity as well. There is that too. Have you mentioned that Elon is doubling down on being a God gamer? Yes, I'm going to get to it in a second. Hold on. We got more. So one of these like Elon Musk dick riders, basically American YouTuber, Twitch partner, gamer living in Seoul, comes out in defense of Elon Musk making a full YouTube video. Elon Musk, of course, immediately responds to it because, again, he has so much time on his hands. Like, how did he find this guy? Like, how did he see this video? Like, it's got 1.3 thousand likes. I wonder how many it did before Elon even replied to it. But Elon replies and says, Asman behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He's not his own man. And that's crazy because this reinforces the idea that we were talking about previously, his stupid understanding of what editors are, because he thinks that Asmongold's editors are his bosses. He thinks Asmongold's editors are editors in the same vein as like a New York Times editor, like a managerial staff position. And then he gets context noted. Asmongold does not have bosses. He employs content editors to package and redistribute content from his live to streams and on other platforms. And then he doubles down or triples down, quadruples down. Here's me doing a world record Diablo AOZ clear with Ace of Spades headquarters on stream. I'm a regular Quinn69 viewer. He's gone from being the biggest Elon meat writer to thinking Elon's a total clown as a result of this. Oh, amazing. I love that. I love that more people are recognizing how he is. All right. And then Ian Miles, dick writer wrong, responds, you shouldn't have to justify yourself to these people, but it's nice that you've got receipts to prove your gaming credentials. Elon responds to his biggest meat rider and it says, I'm on hundreds of streams on YouTube and Twitch playing live with the world's best players. No other way to say this, but while Asman is good at caustic commentary, making fun of people, he is not good at video games. Once again, by the way, repeating that Elon Musk is an Asman Gold fan for the record. Connor, of course, took advantage of the situation and said, can vouch for this. As one of the world's best gamers, it was electric having you on Fortnite Friday. Keep proving the doubters wrong. Back to Grok, Lamau, loving it on here. To which Asmongold also replied to not the Maverick tweet, but the other one. Oh, this is where it all began, obviously. Like, he posted this as proof. It's just like, I think people who are Elon reply guys who just like try to defend him everywhere online are some of the lowest of the low. Like, I can't imagine being in a lower position than that. Like, you have no self-respect, no self-worth whatsoever. Like, you are just the bottom of the barrel in society, honestly. It's disgusting to me. I don't know. Maybe it's too much for me, but I genuinely find that to be so gross. I also don't understand it because it's like, I still, to this day, don't understand why Elon is so desperate for taking matters into his own hands in terms of like doing his own PR. I mean, I get it because he is truly stupid. He's not like the brilliant savant that he portrays himself to be. But it's just so stupid that he just won't delegate this one thing. Just hire a PR team and never be online. It's so dumb. The more you appear online, the more accessible you are, the more people are going to recognize that you're a pathetic little ego-driven narcissistic man-child. I don't get it. If I had his level of wealth, okay, I would have dropped the socialism shit a long ass time ago. Let's be real, right? I can't even get to that level of wealth and prosperity without obviously exploiting millions of people. But I would just never be online. Like, I would never actually entertain access. There are a ton of other billionaires who don't do that on purpose. They don't do that because they understand that if you interact with the average person, they're inevitably going to realize that, like,
I didn't have the mic on. Sorry for that. I was posting on Red Note. It's really funny because it's in Mandarin. I think it's called Red Note. I'm just gonna call it Mao's the Red Book of Quotations. Power to the people.
There's no difference between you and them, and as a matter of fact, you might be dumber than the average person. As a matter of fact, so like they're gonna start entertaining the notion.
You guys were talking about this Elon Musk video game thing. My understanding is that he's been paying, allegedly, good players to play under his username, and then like he's done live streams where he has to play the game and it's obvious that he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, so he's ranked in like an absurdly high level in these games, a level that you can only, I think it's Diablo is the game, but a level that you can only get to if you play straight like 40 hours like
a week,
you know, in 2 days or something like that. Like an insane amount that somebody who says I'm running a whole bunch of businesses, I'm a titan of industry and I'm also on Twitter all the time, could not conceivably do even just deducing from that.
Right.
But then he went online to stream, and these guys did a sort of watch along of his, and he makes a lot of sort of obvious mistakes. And we'll watch the first minute of this and maybe skip ahead to see some of the more egregious things.
Oh, good. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I will say it's not Diablo 4. So he claimed to have been ranked, and maybe his account was ranked very highly, I think top 20 in Diablo 4 a while ago. The game he got caught not being very good at live is Path of Exile 2, which is another like CRPG, like ARPG, like Diablo-like game.
Okay. I don't even, what console do you play this on? I don't even know any computer. Okay.
Yep. These are games that you have to be like absolutely addicted to. Like these aren't like games.
Yeah, you gotta know
like wow.
Like when I got really good at Elden Ring, which is another game Elon like was busted faking, he had a terrible build at. It's an antisocial period of your life.
Okay. Understood.
1 second here.
At one point, I have a lifetime of playing video games. At one point, I was maybe one of the best Quake players in the world.
You're actually like a world-class, incredible video game player.
Yeah.
Paragon board and the build, you're also an innovator there.
Yeah, I played a lot of video games.
You think about like StarCraft, any game where a lot of people are playing, to rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as a human being. Yeah. There has to be something exceptional about you. Yeah. Are you like top 20 in the world? Or top 20? Wow, in Diablo.
Yeah.
Shooting rockets into space, making e-vehicles, starting a new department of the government. I actually let myself think maybe he actually is an alien, because there's just no way, unless he's paying people to do it for him, which obviously he's not.
Oh.
Now, real quick there before we go into Quinn's breakdown. What's so funny about those clips included is Joe Rogan and that guy there, they know he's lying. They know Elon is lying. Joe is like, really? You're top 20 all time? They know the incredulity is there, but they are afraid to criticize the billionaire who's actually funded all that.
Simps. Yep.
Well, I will say, I mean, they might just not know enough about Diablo 4 to understand like how much you have to like know life it. So they might know he's lying, but they might not realize like how obvious it is to everyone else that he's lying. Like how your parents don't know how much like gaming you might need to do in order to be like ranked #1 in League of Legends. Though that's not how League of Legends works, but you know what I mean.
I mean, if he's lying,
Impact grenade, get down.
unless you're a gamer, you don't care. Period. Stabbed.
I have thoughts about it in terms of Elden Ring.
Me too, but I do just want to Matt's point about how they know he's lying. You know, I heard Kyle Clancy make this point the other day just about this era that we're in, like this postmodern era where it's all about your internal truth and you can make your own reality. And there's no objective truth. It's just my truth. Like, I really do think that Elon and this conservative MAGA movement epitomizes that very, like, mass psychosis that a lot of people are under right now. Just the idea that you can just by the sheer force of will and by his amount of money make your own reality, and it's not lying because you believe it. This seems to be an example of that.
Well, I agree with you, and I'll just add to that a little bit where it's that, and it's also we're now entering the era of work of like, we used to have plausible deniability where it was like, okay, you know, you have an excuse for it. Now we've entered the era of like implausible deniability, so where as long as people don't have perfect knowledge of it not being true, even if it doesn't make any sense and like based on any kind of context or knowledge general about the game or about Elon, about the way he lives his life, if you don't have like video of it, people will claim that it's unknowable unless you produce that.
Even if you do,
deniability.
Even if you do, January 6th, we have every angle we could possibly have. I mean, Trump's efforts to overturn the election, but it doesn't matter because it's about following your faves and the force of their personality and their insistence on lying that determines things, and it's just like a display of sheer power.
Well, let's split things up a little bit because we're talking about these media professionals and commentators. The actual people that they speak to are not happy about Elon Musk lying about the video game plane. You saw the early split with the H-1B thing where they're like, oh, okay, Elon and Vivek say it's good to replace workers, American workers with overseas workers because of Saved by the Bell. Okay, I guess I'll follow along with that. When it is, oh, he's saying he's better at a video game that I spend tens of hours a day on, and I can clearly see he's lying. That's something you can't really
lie your way out.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's why the story's fun. Yeah.
In context, Elon Musk's character is currently level 97, aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death mode, trade league. Let me try and give you a quick understanding as to how hard it is to get to that level. 2 weeks into the league, when people are playing the game, literally they're staying up 40 to 50 hours without sleeping, only playing Path of Exile, and they are the most try-hard guys in the world. The highest ranked player on the hardcore trade league was level 93. Okay, and you're thinking about yourself, that's kind of close to 97. Every time you level up, it becomes exponentially harder to gain experience. A lot harder and a lot harder. Okay, so these players, to get to 97, had to be playing the game every day for the majority of their day. Currently, what is their highest ranked player? They're level 97, same as Elon Musk. So, I mean, he effectively has to be playing, pretty much just doing nothing except playing Path of Exile. So let's just go over some of the things that happened. So right away, we see Elon zone into his hideout, which is the area you do in-game content from. And he opens up his bank, and he goes to a tab called Elon's Maps, which immediately is a little bit of a red flag because I don't know why you would refer to yourself in third person, but okay, he does that. Elon Musk didn't play Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 2, maps are actually called waystones.
Okay, so it gets a little bit technical here, Bradley. Skip to about 5 minutes in, unless you had something you want to say before we skip that far ahead, Brandon.
Well, I mean, I was going to say this is all very technical. I've thought about playing Path of Exile, but I'm still like, I haven't played the Elden Ring DLC. I just booted it back up, and I was like, oh god, I have 260 hours in this game. I barely scratched the surface. I need to like really get stuck in. But just seeing his Elden Ring build from when he posted it, like when the game first came out, like I don't need any of this technical information. It's just like a cursory understanding of like the way the Elden Ring game works, which is infinitely less complex and less difficult in its mechanics than something like Diablo and Path of Exile. Regardless of what you think about the quality of each of the games, I can only speak to Elden Ring. It's infinitely less complex than those games are in terms of how you can actually play and beat it and be successful at it. Seeing his build in Elden Ring, it made me convinced that he didn't not only know anything about Elden Ring, but about basic RPG mechanics themselves. And so it would just be impossible to create the kind of build in Elden Ring he created and also be good at like other RPGs, because it just doesn't it just shows a fundamental lack of understanding about how the mechanics of any game like that works.
Yeah, there's a video with 2.3 million views on that, which is beating Melania, which is a boss, not Trump's.
Okay.
But beating Melania mania with Elon Musk's terrible Elden Ring build, which is a guy who is really good at Elden Ring, tries to use the guy Elon made to beat the game, and it turns out it's not a very optimal build, and most people, it's pretty apparent that it's not.
It's not even a good like challenge build. It's not even a good like challenge build either. Like there are like glass cannon builds. There are builds like where you put no points into defense, or even like level 1 builds. It's not even a challenge build. It's just somebody who like threw stuff at a wall, like a randomizer.
You know, I think to Brandon's point though, I think there's something to like that. Like the games that Elon is quote unquote choosing to play. You know, like if he was to like pick a game, like the game I play the most is probably Fortnite. I play Fortnite all the time. If Elon was to say he was a top Fortnite player, totally believable. That's a game you could actually master without spending a lot of time on and be a great player. He's picking games that are for a specific niche audience that are like known within the gaming world to be like, oh, those are really technical games that are tough to master. Like you got to be a real nerd to play those games. And it's less believable, but also it's like feeding his ego. Like if you were to tell someone you were a great Fortnite player, there's a bunch of great Fortnite players. If you were to tell someone you were a great player in one of these games, like,
It's
oh,
a
I don't touch
gamer's
that
game.
game. Like Brandon was saying, it's too complex, too complicated. I don't get the time to play that. He's like he's got to pick these games because it's not just good enough for him to be a master at video games. He's got to be a master at the very specific games that help build up the status of him being a genius.
Yeah, let's play a little bit more of this, and I gotta point on like that type of line from really, you know, celebrities basically. Go ahead, Brad.
Cluttered, and you won't even notice when you get a good drop. It's unfathomable for someone to be in the top ranks without a loot filter. Get Elon Musk, the god gamer, he doesn't play with a loot filter. The only thing Elon does pick up are maps, because the default in-game loot filter highlights those things are worthless. The actual items of value that he should be picking up, that he would have had to pick up in order to get the gear, leave it on the ground. Anyone who's been playing the game and is a complete expert, we're talking he's cleared thousands of maps, he's been playing that character for hundreds of hours, he's going to be pretty damn good at, you know, playing the character. He gets to the boss, he's fighting the boss, and I was there for about 10 seconds. He sits there and he's out of mana. Mana is a resource in this game where you need it in order to use your abilities. He just sits there, default attacking the boss without activating his mana flask. Anyone who's played the game and understands the character would understand, like, oh, I'm not doing any damage because I'm out of mana. Elon Musk takes 10 seconds. He then goes on to loot items off the ground. He starts dragging them into his bag. Like, I don't even know how to describe to you how painful that is to anyone who actually plays the game. And his bags are full, and he just keeps clicking it over and over and over again. Nobody, not even people who are
This is my cringe face.
noobs at the game do this. I don't even think Elon Musk
this is
done
on stream where Elon's talking, so it becomes clear that's what like
that he didn't play the game to this level to get it that far.
Right.
Because he's not playing in an optimized fashion at all.
Yeah.
Right. So the question is first of all, just to anybody watching this, playing video games is not unattractive. Lying about how good you are at video games, very, I would say, not good for picking up women. That would be one. If you're a billionaire, if you're not a billionaire,
like,
please don't try to replicate this.
Yo, Emma just said that this kind of shit dries up pussies. She just straight up said, you can be a gamer and still women will be okay with you, but if you cheat at gaming, just forget about it. You ain't getting no pussy. Let's hear that again. I'm gonna back it up just a little.
Question is first of all, just to anybody watching this, playing video games is not unattractive. Lying about how good you are at video games, very, I would say, not good for picking up women. That would be one. If you're
cheating at video games is worse than actually playing video games. So keep it up, gamers. Keep it up. Keep playing the games. The ladies are okay with it as long as you're not cheating. If you're cheating, then that shit dries up. Rise up. Rise up.
you're
embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
If you're not a billionaire, please don't try to replicate this man's like game. It's pathetic. So
money is worthless. Confirmed. Money is worthless. Confirmed. Thank you. Kisses, smoochies, money is worth nothing. It's all about whether or not you can game. Watch me game. Worth more than money. Period. Gaming skills. Money, nothing. Unhappiness. Worthlessness. Cringe. Just get good at gaming. That's all you need.
So why does he need to do this? This is his level of insecurity is just this gaping hole. I understand that his father didn't hug him a lot when he was a kid and thinks he's a disappointment or whatever. But it's just like the level that drive of how.
Oh, come on. Well, that hurt. That hurt. It wasn't directed at me. I felt the pain. That hurt. That was a destruction, 1,000 trillion%. Emma's the GOAT. Emma, if you ever watch my Bro Viewed No Chatters stream, ever watch it? Goated.
How much that drives him, his constant inferiority, his lying about his credentials and all of that. He is the smallest man in the world, and he's also the richest man in the world, and that's what's just crazy to see.
And if Jordan's watching this for any reason, I don't know why, that'd be psychotic. I still think you're goated as well, despite the disagreements. But it couldn't be in any more good faith. Like the good faith, the fact that I'm coming from like a true spot and like just want to be heard and want to like have my argument taken seriously. Period. Jordan, you're the best. You're never gonna watch this. You're never gonna see this. Jordan Black, the domain of the dead, the best. Greatest YouTuber ever who hates me.
About his horrible psychology.
I think there's two things. There's one thing which is just when you're a very powerful person for decades, you lose the ability to lie convincingly because nobody is going to call you on this stuff. And I think LeBron James is a good example of this. I think he said he watched like The Godfather 2 like 100 times, and someone's like, "Can you give a quote from it?" And he's like, "Oh,
yeah."
And it's because it's like the same way Elon says about these games. You know, The Godfather 2 is like the film version of these type of games, just very highly respected among the folks. But also, Elon is a psychopath. Like, Elon accused a guy of being a pedophile who wanted to help kids who were trapped underwater 6 years ago. I think it was that in Thailand. Like, he is a psychopath.
Right.
Well, I mean, you can passively watch movies in the background, though. Like, to play a game, you got to know the game at the very basic level, at the very least. And it doesn't seem like Elon even has that knowledge about this game that he's apparently one of the greatest players on the planet for.
Well, to be fair, like, Elon Musk also lies about watching movies, too. Like, he's like a fake nerd man boy. It's very weird. Like, to be that kind of poser is so weird. I guess we've just entered that world with, like, the Marvelification of everything. Like, it's now cool enough to be like that kind of guy that he pretends to be, because he also lied about like watching and like remembering Blade Runner. Like, remember when he didn't know like the protagonist of like Blade Runner's name? He was calling him Blade Runner. Like, he was like calling like Harrison Ford's character like Blade Runner in it, and it was like, right? You mean Deckard? Like,
he really is like, and I wonder if there's any.
You just watch Blade Runner.
He could have, but I read back in 2016 after Trump won the Devil's Bargain about Steve Bannon and his connection to Gamergate and all of that, and it feels like Elon Musk is like an overgrown rich guy who would have been obsessed with Gamergate back in the day. I'm not sure if he was, but like it's as if that movement is still kicking around and has been successfully to Bannon's liking. I'm sure incorporated into the Donald Trump movement. This was very much what he was trying to create in terms of like youth support for the Republican Party. But Elon's just like a big baby creature of that who's not convincing at all. The only reason he's even out there is because of the billions that he has.
He won a bet PayPal. Yeah, exactly. He's apparently taking a streamer named S-Mongold's blue check mark away and leaked his DMs. So going well for Elon.
I saw this. Asmongold's the guy who he's not any better himself, really, but obviously he's better than Elon Musk, I'm sure. He's the guy who lives in his own filth, and like he's been on stream with like cockroaches crawling on him and stuff. Yeah, these guys are. He was like one of the best World of Warcraft players on the planet or something.
The South Park episode where they shit themselves.
He's one of the legit guys who is like sitting in front of the computer playing the video game to the point where you get a level of mastery that Elon Musk wants to get. The problem is like, why does Elon want to do that? You are a titan of industries across the globe.
Right. So Asmongold went from being a Warcraft player to being like one of those reaction guys, because World of Warcraft isn't as big as it used to be. It's probably not paying the bills anymore. But apparently Asmongold, because of that video, felt compelled to get to say something because, I guess he doesn't want to hurt his own status among his audience. And he lightly criticized Musk, apparently. And so Musk came in and said that Asmongold is not as independent as you'd think, and that he answers to a higher power. And his evidence of this were leaked DMs. I don't know if these DMs were to Elon himself, but it probably seems like they were.
There's back and forth. The sort of network. But anyway, go ahead, Bender.
Right. So in it, Elon or someone is asking Asmongold in these DMs about like putting content up on his channel or something, or his process, some question. And Asmongold is like, oh yeah, let me check with my editors. I got 2 guys who basically run my YouTube channel for me. And Elon apparently doesn't know the difference between video editors and like your editor at a news publication. So he thinks Asmongold has editors, as in someone he's got to pitch to and get permission to cover something for. But what Asmongold is actually talking about is he's a creator. He's got 2 guys who edits his video and run his channel because he doesn't want to deal with the editing process. And he just basically defers all editing, creative like decisions to those guys. That's what he meant. And Elon is sharing these DMs and Asmongold is owned by these 2 rando guys.
Good save, Bender. Everyone knows that the secret puppeteers of this YouTube game are the editors. I mean, we have our editor in studio right now. He's keeping a close eye on all the things we say in Sam's absence. So yeah, the editors are the people.
Sam even must have to answer to Dorsey, right? Dorsey,
that's what I'm saying. Exactly, yeah.
Well, I will say it's all very silly, obviously, and embarrassing on Elon's part. But like you were hinting at earlier, Matt Leck, these kinds of like revelations are, wake some people up, because for a lot of people who aren't familiar with like how obviously inept Elon is across the board, they just believe the hype that he's just like a hyper competent, hyper rational, like autodidact, right? But that illusion gets dispelled the moment he starts speaking about something that you happen to know a lot about, and you realize that he doesn't know anything about it. This happens with like pundits for the New York Times all the time too. Like they'll start to like waxing about like the type of sandwiches people eat, and they're like, oh, you don't know mortadella from a hole in the wall. How can I trust your thoughts on anything else? And so the kind of people he's trying to cultivate, like a relationship with, will somehow be turned off by this, and not be turned off by the other elements of his personality and lifestyle. So I mean,
because they can fact check it on their own. They don't need to go to Kotaku or something. They know that he's lying.
Right, but then that's the limits of the thought of the kind of creating your own reality that I mentioned earlier. Is that once you bump up against actual expertise, and when you're paying and gaming an algorithm of a company that you own to put up a bunch of misinformation where, I don't know, like anti-vax stuff or whatever, you can cosplay as somebody that may know what they're talking about, but people can independently figure this out, or if they're fans of this game. So I hope it causes other people to reflect on Elon, but maybe maybe not. We'll see.
I already did see some people be like, I can't believe this. Like, Elon is such a respectable figure when it comes to so many things. Why would he do this for video games? And there's people in their mentions like, let's try connecting the dots here and see, maybe you should question the other things too. Yeah, but some people just can't. Some people just don't have the brain capacity apparently to put two and two together and recalculate or take another look at what they already believe to be true. They just think that this is like the one-off.
Here's 2 Elon fans with check marks. This first tweet got 86,000 likes. Elon lost the trust of all gamers overnight. Boosting your account and lying about it is the worst offense. Incredibly cringe, fragile ego on display. And then another guy says, man, I still hope this isn't true. I'm such a big fan of his primarily because of his integrity. And then the next guy says, I defend him most of the time, but this seems to be true, unfortunately. And what's so funny is like that second tweet just seems like a bot, but it's like, no, these actually are real people.
Right.
And, and Elon has lost them. Like, I would have expected the bot to say like, no, I still believe Elon. Like, no, these people are actually like, I hope this isn't true.
Well, you can't some people have no problem with this, but those people are usually employed in media, but you can't leverage your own intelligence for Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a billionaire. Some people are, if you come out and you start saying things that are demonstrably false in, service of his lie, and people are just gonna call you stupid too. And now we've gotten to that point. These people are willing to do that. But every child has to find out that Santa isn't real, at some point in their life. And for some people, Santa's Elon. It's like a South African
same body shape.
That's so true. He is Santa. It's the electric cars, it's the space, it's the drones. Like, he has squatted all of the sort of markers of future progress, and he's
He's Santa for men with daddy issues.
Yep. 6465.
This is really bothering me. Actually, because I feel like this is sullying the good name of Santa Claus. I mean, to be more real to me than Elon Musk, I'll tell you that much.
I just opened up the phone lines, folks. 646-257-3920. Shapeshifter says, I know Jordan Peterson was a fraud. Sadly, I was into self-help and positive psychology when he released 12 Rules of Life, and I just glanced at it and saw it was just recycled crap. I know a few people who are not right-wingers who, at different points in their lives, or some of them ended up right-wing, but were drawn to that self-help thing that he was putting out there. I mean, that's how he laundered it. Gerald from New Orleans says, Elon managed to get his hardcore character killed in a stunning display of incompetence. Did that happen too?
Do watch the Melania one is so funny. Check that out.
I mean, I think the obvious answer is Elon Musk just needs to play like one of those pro-Korean esports athletes at like StarCraft or something, and then in live in person at one of these esports live events, and that'll put all the questions to rest. We'll know for real if he could hang with the best.
No. No, Elon versus me, Super Smash Brothers Melee, Final Destination, no items. Let's five stock. Let's handle this like men, like gentlemen.
I think he could probably pull off those games where you just smash the buttons. So I don't know if that's the best tell of his gaming prowess.
Mizzle says, Elon tried the hardest out of anyone in the world to be cool, from the fake gaming credentials to recycling of old memes. He has zero originality and is failing hard at trying to buy the veneer of being a cool person. Yes. Ayn Rand, Paul Ryan. Oh my God, Emma, you do not want to know the Asmongold lore. So much controversies and filthiness. I do not want to know. I'm glad that I don't know who this person is, except that apparently this person is very dirty.
I wish we wouldn't call like someone who doesn't clean up, like not cleaning up lore.
Yeah, I don't know if like that's the reputation that you would want, but I guess
he's the guy who recently went viral a couple of weeks or months ago and got banned from Twitch for basically saying that he doesn't care about Palestinian people because they have inferior culture or something like that.
Oh, fuck that guy then.
Well, and then he had to talk about it with Hassan, but that's what prompted all of the sort of folks trying to get Hassan banned likewise.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Enemy stun coming in.
Hostile scout pulse in your AO. Hardpoint active.
Hey man, it's John Benjamin from Colin. How are you?
Hey John, what's up?
How you doing?
Good. I'm doing okay right now, incidentally.
No, I know. I just figured I would call just because I want to address this. I talked to Tim last night, and
Tim?
I just wanted to go to. No, Tim Pool.
Okay.
Regarding the stuff he was talking about regarding Bob's Burgers, and I'm obviously Bob on Bob's Burgers, so when I talk to Tim about it, I usually don't want to get in the middle of shit like this. And I certainly don't want to, deal with this publicly. I probably could have called you earlier. I just figured wait. I have free time now, and then I'm back, obviously, recording Bob's Burgers. That's what I do all the time.
Wait. What are you?
I understand. Well, let me finish. This is kind of what Tim was talking about. How you filibuster and cut people off. But when you talk to Tim about the problems you were having with Bob's Burgers, of course Tim was going to talk to me about it.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? There's a what?
About how you were upset about your diminished role in the show, and how Tim had pointed that out, rightfully so, because he was just, telling it like it is, like he does.
There's video? Well, hold on.
That's how,
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I assume you saw it.
I did not see it. Hold on. There's what? Then play it, Bradley. Hold on for 1 second. I want to see this.
Okay.
I have honestly no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay. What? Biden
they did a bait and switch with the other guy with the eyebrow action.
And so this is why, I have no problem with mentioning him. You want us to talk about it? Listen, the dude, his whole shtick is trying to get attention. He's sadly desperate. He did a voice on Bob's Burgers, and they started cutting his character out, and he was losing it. He does you ever see Bob's Burgers?
Yeah.
Sam Cedar is the voice of the health inspector. And I remember I was talking to him once, and he was like, "Yeah, but they're like weaseling me out of the show, man." He's like, he's getting bummed about it. So what does he do? No, I mean, I'd be bummed too. I mean, I feel for him.
Wow, caught red-handed, Sam.
I don't really remember.
I assume you would. Yeah.
I don't.
You had heard that.
No, I didn't hear that. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't remember ever saying to Tim Pool in any type of conversation that we've ever had, which is mostly all been recorded, but just like, hey man, I'm losing my mind. That doesn't sound like me so much.
Well, I mean, that does sound like a little bit of what you were going through, and Timbo was talking to me last night about it. Look, I guess he was saying in good faith. I guess he sort of asked me to sort of bridge this. Like I said, I want to de-escalate because that's what Timbo wants to do, and he doesn't want this.
Hold on. There's more. There's another clip. All right, play that one. What the?
This guy's obsessed with you.
My point. Look, dude. I've done a debate with Sam Cedar. He didn't know what solipsism was. He didn't know what deontological moral philosophy was. He didn't know what utilitarianism meant. He's an actor first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean,
when I was talking to Tim, obviously you're a consequentialist, right?
I mean, no. I mean, I guess I'm more of a utilitarian. I guess arguably a consequentialist.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, have you read Brand at all?
Russell?
No, CD?
No, I haven't read CD. I've read Russell Brand.
You've read Russell Brand? Why?
Because it's...
Hey, the bookie books were okay.
In praise of idleness, I was into that. But what does that got to do with anything, John?
I mean, have you read... I mean, that is like... This has to do with everything of why you do have a diminished role in body. Have you read Nagel?
Well, that was the whole point with Lauren.
What about Scanlon? Have you read Scanlon or Scruton? Any of these people?
I haven't read Scanlon or Scruton.
Sir Edmund Burke? Have you read, sir? You took government in college, didn't you?
A little bit of Burke, but what has this got to do with Bob's?
Have you read C.S. Lewis? Have you read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe?
What has this got to do with Bob's Burgers?
Have you read Immanuel Kant? I mean,
well, yes, I have.
Categorical imperative.
Yeah.
You have. So you know Fleet. You know Fleet.
I know Fleet.
You're aware of Fleet.
Well, but John, what has this got to do with Bob's Burgers is my question.
Do you practice self-love?
What?
In a Kantian sense. Do you practice self-love?
Hey. Philosophical self-love.
Look, John.
Yes, do you masturbate to Kant? Do you do that?
Occasionally Hume, okay?
Okay, well, this is the point that Tim is getting at, and this is why it's true. We have a problem. The show has a problem with you. Have you seen Infinity Wars?
Infinity Wars?
Have you even seen Age of Ultron? Have you seen any of the Marvels? Have you seen Iron Man?
Of course I've seen that.
This is what Tim is talking about, dude.
I just don't follow what that's got to do with what you're even...
Have you seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
I have not...
TV series.
No, I haven't.
See, this is like none of this stuff. You don't have any of the reference, the frame of references that we do, that Tim and I do, that the show does.
Wait, how does Bob's Burgers do anything about the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or any of this?
You gotta, like, what you need to do is just address these issues first. Get on the internet, look up some of this stuff, read some of this stuff, get on board. And then, look, I'll go back to Tim, and I'll tell him that we talked. But until you do these things, like, I feel like this is not going to work out for you. It's not going to get you... It's not going to get you more voice work.
So wait, your argument is that if I can make a good case, a Hegelian case, as to why Kant's whole sort of moral ethics is too self-contradictory, then I'm going to get more Hugo on Bob's Burgers.
I mean, if you do those things, I can definitely talk to people at the show.
But I don't even understand why you care.
Yeah, you gotta look deeper, man.
Look inward. See, that's the whole problem, is that you don't understand.
Yeah. The ontology, but look into it. Call me back, and then we can figure this shit out. I'll go back to Tim and tell him I talked to you, and like I said, I didn't even want to get mad about this. I didn't even want to get in the middle of it.
All right.
He's going to make another video tonight, probably.
Well, I appreciate the call. I appreciate the effort. So.
Look out.
Can't we just agree, though? Like, and I'm not... I know some could say this is a little solipsistic, but the movie needed more Hugo, right?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. The movie needed more Hugo. It did, just like in terms of like just the to actually create the tension necessary.
Well, see, now you're talking. You started to look, you know, you obviously looked up what solipsism was, and now you're sort of owning it.
Yeah, there you go.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, there you go. Dialectically speaking, it needed more Hugo.
Yeah. All right, man. Good luck.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the call. All right. Well, all right.
You might even say Hugo the health inspector embodies the world spirit.
You might say that.
You know, it's just like
deontological ethics are for babies.
Yeah.
Like, what's your sense of duty? Who tells you that? Daddy?
It's for babies. It's libertarianism,
Yeah.
right?
And
It's just like ultimately, it's just like I mean, the way that it gets communicated, and I don't care, and I will make this clear. I've said this before. I don't care. I don't care if you can classify my positions in context of philosophy or not. I don't care. But I am happy if the reason why that Tim refuses to debate, as opposed to like when we had the last debate, and I think it was a little embarrassing for him. I think that was part of the problem. Is because unlike all his other guests, I don't have a deep enough understanding of deontology as it relates to a an ethical worldview.
Yeah, unlike the Hodge twins.
Yeah, well,
you just don't have the perspicacity, right? That's what it was.
I guess so. And also the one thing I did find really amusing is that people don't say, like, Tim doesn't seem to, and of course he's heard me bitch about Hugo. I mean, it's not like I didn't start a hashtag Where's Hugo 8 years ago complaining about my role on the program.
It's sort of a bit.
That kind of went over his head a little bit.
It may have gone over his head a little bit, and he just assumed that he heard me say it to him personally behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Like, this is an actual grievance.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with what's happening with Harold, though, on the program.
That's
I gotta
huge.
Say. Like, Harold has been gangbusters.
He's very Kantian. Sort of.
Well, Harold has far more, yes. Harold's read his Ralston, and so he can defend his utilitarianism better. The perception that these people have of the program is completely built upon what their algorithm is in terms of what they look at.
And only seen when we criticize them.
Exactly. Exactly. Which is fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't watch all of Tim, but I don't make broad proclamation. I have no idea. It's quite possible that Tim has experts on the Supreme Court on his show with the same regularity that we do. Yeah. It's quite possible that Tim has experts on public policy on his show with the regularity that we do. He could have, for all I know, he could be doing a deep dive into the implications of Reconstruction or the implications of I can't even remember what we talked about with Cowie, Professor Cowie, just 2 days ago. I mean,
limits of Keynesianism.
Or he could be. I know he's very much into the working class. And he could be talking to people about austerity as a function of a feature, not a bug of capitalism. He could be doing this. So I don't make any broad proclamations about what his show covers or not. Granted, every time we tune in, maybe it's just he feels more comfortable talking to people like the Hodge twins. I don't know who they are. Or like the head of the Proud Boys, or Crowder, or whatever it is, or Kanye, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
that's when we tune in more. So I understand that's a limit that we have. But if Tim really wants to have a conversation about the Supreme Court, I'd be happy to have a conversation about the Supreme Court, about any of it, and he can go on and lie about, like, he's offended how I ruined everything with Crowder, or it was because I wouldn't go in the middle of COVID into his studio. But that's that. But Tim is now. I just know that next time I'm complaining about what's happening in my voiceover, my burgeoning voiceover career, I don't go to Tim because he spills the beans. And now, you know, you get Benjamin running around now telling everybody too.
It's a feud.
It's crazy. It's really crazy. Can't believe it. I told him that in confidence.
We're losing Charlie.
Who can you trust?
Who can you trust? Is really the point.
I mean, honestly, we should have known that this is the avenue you'd go down, given your deep utilitarian ideology.
I just thought that Tim could help leverage, and then he turns around with this type of thing. Really, a little upsetting. A little upsetting.
Also, you've had private conversations with members of the IDW, and you would never really reveal what they sort of told you in confidence on those calls.
That's actually true. I did have a conversation. Who didn't I speak to one of like the
Eric
Weinstein?
Yep.
Like for like an hour.
Strange guy.
He was a very strange guy. I think he wanted to find out what I was up to. I'm like, dude, everything I've said to you, everything I say on air. I thought I could get him to engage on the show, but he was just scouting me out.
Secure. We're losing Charlie. TACOM, launch a UAV. Losing Bravo.
Richest guy in the world and has a vagina larger than the blue whale? You guessed it, Elon Musk. Yeah, we're starting with the yellow $sign today. See, I like to live YouTube like it's Russian roulette, ladies and gentlemen. You know, whether it pays out, whether it doesn't matter, okay? We're here for the fun time.
Wait, how big is the vagina of the blue whale? 1 foot, 15 to 18 inches in diameter. That's a massive vagina. He is saying Elon Musk is a giga pussy.
The laughs, the gaming, the Linux, the virtual machines, so on and so forth. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, why are we talking about Elon Musk, Asmongold today? Well, it's because we've got some rather interesting gamer news to cover.
Gamer
news? If you have ever played video games competitively, you know that video game competitions are no joke, okay? When it comes to video game, achievements, things like speedruns, things like...
Guys, just shut the fuck... Asmongold is for sure popularized this. Dude, why are you guys going Asmon? Like, oh my god, he's not like... Dude, yes! Asmongold was like a... You know how there's like a... You know how you have in Path of Exile, right? You've got your base damage, right? So, yeah, I'd made a video which was the base damage. Asmongold is like a crit, okay? So then he rolled... there was a crit chance, and then his crit multi is insane. His crit multi is insane. So he like crit and did like with a 500 crit multi. So he like 5x'd it. He 5x'd it, which is so true. It's true.
Getting the fastest nuke on Modern Warfare 2. If you lie about these strats, if you lie about these achievements, if you lie about any of these, you will be ostracized from the community and sent to the gallows.
True.
Obviously nothing that seriously, but yeah, we kind of take it seriously as gamers, okay? These are achievements. We want to make sure that the people who are earning the cred actually have earned the cred, and they're not just posing around. Now, obviously, in this situation, Elon Musk has sort of been brought down into a pretty rather insane expose. Now, the actual reason why this got brought up with Elon Musk is about a couple days ago, there was a video released by a creator known as Quinn. Elon Musk is lying about being good at video games. Now, this ended up getting nearly 1 million views. Quinn did an excellent job digging into Elon Musk's Path of Exile 2 account and realizing that there's a very high chance this dude paid for the access. This guy paid for his position. Now, Elon's one of those guys...
Wait. To be clear, the accusation wasn't actually paid. But look at this fucking right. Look at him, dude. Holy shit. It wasn't paid. It was he was boosted, right? Yeah. So that someone else paid it for him. It could be a guy just doing it for free, right? Because he wants to suck Elon's dick. There's no, there's no transaction history or anything. But yeah.
For the access, this guy paid for his position.
Holy
now,
shit.
Elon's one of those guys where he runs multiple large companies, and he basically is operating Twitter on a daily basis, sitting in spaces, tweeting out nonstop. And in amongst all of that, he can find time to play video games at a high level like Path of Exile 2. And to remind you, there is 24 hours in a human day.
Yeah.
If Elon Musk is spending so much time where he's getting to the top of the leaderboards, one has to ask, is this guy actually doing any work at Tesla or SpaceX or Twitter, X, whatever? So anyways, he comes off and basically, if you look up some of older Elon interviews, he'll talk about how much of a gamer he is.
Games. At one point I was, maybe one of the best Quake players in the world.
You're actually like a world-class, incredible video game player.
Yeah.
One of the best Quake players. I want to take Elon on a one-on-one Instagib at this point. Okay, let's try that out. I might be an Unreal Tournament player, but I think I can take on the world's richest man on some Quake. Anyways, to go into further over here, one of the things that, again, Quinn looked into was the Path of Exile leaderboards. Now, Path of Exile is a very recently released ARPG game. Similar to Diablo, you basically run around, kill a whole bunch of hordes, constantly get new loot, engage, upgrade your character, and you basically level up, and go in harder and harder runs, okay? It's one of those games where people compete on something known as a ladder. So this is the hardcore ladder where people are constantly gaining experience points to level their characters up. Now, one of the highest ranking players right now is one known as Naxon, who is level 98 with, I shit you not, 3.8 billion points of experience.
What does that even mean?
Remember, the higher you go in levels for Path of Exile, the more experience you need. So this is literally a point where people who played this game are putting in hours upon hours of time. You can go to actual Path of Exile 2 streamers on Twitch. You can click on effectively any one of these. Like, this is...
Still Mage! Still Mage! Dude, he's in the chat. Oh, shit. Yo, Ben. Okay. Oh, Dat Mods, dude?
Dat Mods.
Oh, Dat Mods?
This guy is also grinding hardcore SSF endgame. So if you actually go to his channel here real quick and you just look at how this guy streams pretty much on a daily basis, you will find out this guy is putting in like 10 hours, 10 hours, 10 hours, 10 hours. And that's not even as much time as you need. There are players who are straight up playing.
But yeah, I mean, that still is a good point, though. Even 10 hours is a huge amount of time. Even 10 hours is a huge amount of time, 100%. It is a huge amount of time. I totally get what he's saying here. He's saying Path of Exile, it's not just about, like, skill or whatever. You have to trade time in order for you to gain leaderboard ranks, period. So if Elon was just cracked like fucking Neo, he logs in for like a millisecond, right? And he's just so good at the game. It doesn't matter how good he is. Say he's playing perfectly, making no mistakes, right? In a game like League of Legends or CS, he could get like one game a night and just win every single game, right? Because he's that cracked, right? He just wins he's literally Faker, right? He's literally Faker. He could just win every game, and he would gain ranks, and he could get to a top rank, right? He wouldn't need time. He could just use raw skill. Whereas a game like Path of Exile, it doesn't matter how much skill you have, which clearly he has no skill, but even say you gave him the amount of skill, you have to trade raw fucking time to gain ranks. There's no other way of doing it, which is what point he's making. I need to start making down points. Some points here, like what you want. I don't even call it normie points that normies would understand, right? For this Piers Morgan thing.
Sometimes the broadcast can go up to like 40 hours. You basically have to play Path of Exile 2 every waking hour of your fucking life if you want to reach anywhere at the top echelons of these actual leaderboards. So at rank number 30 exists an account known as Random9 number 2886. And this is Elon's account, also at level 97. Now the reason why I said there's 24 hours in a fucking day is what is this guy doing if all he does is play Path of Exile 2? Are you operating SpaceX? Are you operating Tesla? There were moments where this guy was apparently playing Path of Exile while arguing with government leaders and people on Twitter Spaces. It's fucking insane. This guy is apparently either a god gamer or a complete fucking charlatan. So again, it's not the amount of hours somebody has played, it's also how good are they when it comes to the video game. Now, at this moment in time, one of the interesting things that people did after they started to question how this account actually belonged to Elon was, in order to see if this guy actually knew what he was talking about, they looked up old broadcasts. Now, Elon Musk streams on X, so he tests live streaming by playing Path of Exile.
Mate.
And it used to be games like Diablo 4.
You just watched it Raw Dog Live, bro. You just watched it live on X.
But I'll get to a bit of the gaming history as well, too. This video is going to be a little bit on the lengthy side. But they started looking into how this guy plays, and when he moves his map around, for instance, you'll see that normally this is the end game map screen for Path of Exile. So all these points, when you want to start up a new waystone, when you want to start up new runs or whatever, you need to be able to navigate this really quickly. When you play an MMO game for like hours on end, you should effectively be basically going like Jedi mode, point-to-point clicking, and just optimizing this. You know, I play a lot of Grand Theft Auto Online, and I can tell you right now, I can navigate through every single menu in that game within seconds, no matter what. Once
he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He is not wrong. I think he's trying. I see the point he's getting at. Yeah. No, I see what he's getting at. I'd say what he's getting at. Yeah, it's he's 100%. Even if you like, not even the parts where he's just like clicking like a moron, like just totally not even understanding the mechanic entirely. He is just overall slow as fuck. And the reality is, if you've been doing this at a highly efficient level, doing this thousands of times over and over and over again, why are you also going to go like at a pace of a turtle? But that doesn't make any sense. You're just not going to randomly. It's not like that. That just doesn't happen.
That much game time, all these things become second nature. The way that Elon is moving is literally at the pace of a fucking snail.
Turtle
and it kind of shows you
Yep,
that maybe this is just one of many red flags you have to watch out for. So people started to look at how he was playing, and it wasn't exactly the most top-tier gameplay. Now, I'll leave it to Quinn and a few of the other Path of Exile people who have analyzed his gameplay. Because there were moments where he wasn't even able to identify or properly explain why some items in his build were actually the best possible items you could have at any moment. This guy had no idea how his allegedly paid-for account even operated. Now again, there's no code red, debt to rights proof that this account is entirely bought for. But I would say on a personal level, if you had to put my entire net worth, my life on the line, like you had to put a gun to my head and ask me, do I think Elon paid for this account or he naturally played it himself? I would say that he most likely paid for this account on a personal belief, okay?
Most likely.
I'm not trying to catch no defamation charges from somebody as petty as Elon Musk. And when I talk about pettiness, that brings us to the next stage in the story.
We were talking about this yesterday, by the way. Okay, so wait. I go on and say Elon Musk is a massive fucking fraud, right? But when it comes to gaming, a gaming fraud. All right? I go on and say he's a gaming fraud. Like, is there any way that Elon fucking tries to sue my ass or some shit? And is there? Because I don't think he would. I don't think that's the case at all, right? I don't think that's the case. Because isn't he Giga Turbo Pro Freedom? Which is kind of funny, this whole Asmongold saga part, which is like the opposite of that, right? He's like taking away his fucking check mark for speaking the truth, which is, he's supposed to be the pro-freedom guy, a little bit of a hypocrite, right? But okay. So I just like one of those things where, okay, what? So he's supposed to be pro-freedom, now he's like trying to do something for defamation whenever it's like clearly he did cheat and he knows he cheated. Like that means that he'd be the, so then on top of that, I mean, there's just no way. There's no way he would do that. You just say allegedly. I don't want to say allegedly. No, he 100% cheated. I would bet my life he cheated. I bet my life. I would legitimately bet my life. I would do like there is a 99.9999999% chance. The only scenario in which he didn't cheat is that Elon Musk is doing some sort of super high level Giga Turbo 5-head play where his plan is to try and do some sort of psyop where he deliberately streams and pretends to be bad intentionally over and over and over again over the course of many, many months, right, across multiple games, and it's all just a giant psyop. And he's just trolling everyone. right? Which, you know, that's the only scenario, which, you know, considering he is a massive ego Andy and he tries to brag constantly, you know, what's more likely? Do you think he's just some FIFA gamer? He's actually the complete go gamer, but he just deliberately goes on and like, oh, I'm just gonna pretend to click this thing for now. Oh, I'm gonna just try and loot this item over and over and over again. Whenever my bags are full. Oh, I'm gonna like post the shittiest Elden Ring build possible and then talk about weight limit. Oh, I'm gonna fucking talk about how I was like top ranked and, you know, playing with the best players in like D4. Like whenever he's just getting boosted, right? Like I don't know. I mean, there's no way. There's no way. So it's not defamation. There's just like there is like 1,000 arrows all pointing to towards one truth. So now either he manually has been doing some crazy long-term project to set all these arrows up just to trick people, to make people think he's shit at video games and he's actually cheated and then he's trying to hide it, or he is just shit at video games and cheating and trying to hide it, right?
No way he played that account. Like, I'm sorry. I think he bought the account or somebody played it for.
Dude, I agree. I absolutely agree. I get it, Zach. Zach saying that is basically like somebody saying the earth is fucking round, all right? Like at some point when you actually look at how much effort he put into it, it doesn't scream, you know, it actually being real. For example, on a separate game, one that I have more of a connection to, something like Rainbow Six Siege. Now, this is my account on Rainbow Six Siege, Power Bottom Dad. You can see the last game I played was September 17th. I tried getting back into the game, just didn't get into it. They've changed a lot of stuff that, you know, on not even relevant to this video. But you can see that my highest actual peak was Platinum 3. Now, if all of a sudden I had basically recorded a video or started streaming on an account that was champion level, which is the highest level in the game, anybody could see me playing Rainbow Six and realize Muda doesn't know how to play at that champion level. He's not checking the rooms right. He's not picking the right operators for the job. He doesn't have the required map knowledge. Anybody can instantly identify.
It's not even that, though. It's not even that. It's not even like, oh, he's technically low elo, but he's actually trying to play on a high elo and make it look like he's playing in a high elo. It's like, no, he doesn't even understand the basic fundamental parts of how to play. It's more like he's trying to say he's messy, right? And he's like a rotund child that has some sort of limp leg, and he tries to kick the ball, but he just falls over, right? Like, it's not even, you know, it's not even like he's just like, oh, like he's a little bit boosted. No. He's completely clueless and has no idea. I would bet money Elon Musk fucking has not completed the campaign in Path of Exile 2. I think his total playtime in PoE 2 is less than 10 hours. Like, you could, that's how bad, he's heinous.
If somebody is a fraud based on anything, which is why buying an account and like streaming with it is equivalent to like streaming with hacks. It's just so fucking obvious for anybody watching that, why would you even do it? It's like, why even go after such easily discreditable stuff, right? Instead of like owning up and going, yeah, I made a mistake, he instead doubles down and just starts lashing out and crashing on the community. So Elon says, Asmon behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He is not his own man. So I was like, oh, wait, what? What do you mean he has to ask a boss? What did that even come out to? Well, Elon decides to, by the way, violate the terms of service on X and leak private DMs.
Not entirely sure about that. Can't find the specific clause. Oh, okay.
And say, I'm going to see if my editors might want to make a second account for it even. Sure. Who are these mysterious editors? 2 guys. They basically run the entire YouTube account. So basically, any content I post is edited or uploaded by them, and they just get a cut of the ad revenue. So Elon goes, interesting. I don't know how an editor that you employ to cut content and splice it onto your YouTube channel counts as your boss. Like, it's a pretty standard practice on the internet, you know?
Elon's dumb fuck and he has literally no clue. And he thinks Cat Danny's some sort of mastermind editor, like a newspaper editor. And he's just, you know, setting up the article and just telling him what to say, bro. Elon's just completely out of touch and clueless.
But it kind of goes back to the 24-hour thing. I don't have editors on my channel. Everything here is like my own thing. I use YouTube as a hobby. This is not a job for me, okay? Like, I work a regular job every day. I go to my office, I work, I come home, I cut together the video that I recorded the night, you know, or 2 nights or whatever before, and I post that on the internet. It is a therapeutic, fun thing for me. So that's why when I get demonetized or a video doesn't hit viewers...
Wait, here's a job that's not YouTube. Wait, what? Wait, here's a job. Or is he saying YouTube is his job? I'm really impressed if he actually has a job and he does like how many YouTube videos he does. That's crazy. Wait, he has a job? Wait, does what is Muda has real job? He flips real estate. He flips real estate? I don't know. What the fuck? Wait, I'm confused.
Wise, like, you know, maybe it's a 10 out of 10. Doesn't bang in the algorithm as much. It doesn't really affect me, okay? I just enjoy what I do. And it makes me wonder, like, how somebody like Elon is able to, again, do time management. I require a high degree of time management to do all of this. To do a job, to live and deal with my family, to do YouTube requires me to pretty much regiment my time out at a very strict level.
That is immense. That is immense. He's saying he literally has a job and he does YouTube, like, and he's doing family shit. What, does he have kids? If he's got kids, bro, this guy's a god. This guy has kids as well. Holy fuck! Who is this guy? That's like a job. Oh, he doesn't know kids. Okay, no kids. All right, a little bit less impressive, but still impressive. You would think that he would just double down on his YouTube thing, but then again, you know what? Fuck that. If he doesn't want to do that, then don't do that, right? Do whatever the fuck you want to do, right? Sometimes, obviously, turning it your hobby into your total work can be a totally bad thing. And, you know, keeping it as like a on the side thing, although clearly it's not on the side thing. I'm guessing that this YouTube probably is like 10, you know, 20x whatever his actual job is in terms of income, but, you know, whatever. I'm not impressed. I'm not as impressed. You know, yeah, for sure. If you got 2 jobs and you got kids, dude, that's fucking hectic. That's fucking hectic. Like if you're literally having 2 full-time jobs, basically, you're crazy. And you got kids, then you don't exist outside of it. You're either working, looking after kids, or sleeping. Which you know, that's kind of like where I'm at right now. That's, you know, because, you know, that's where I'm at.
How is somebody who is just sitting down allegedly playing Path of Exile 2 for like fucking 20 hours a day, managing 2 large companies, and then somehow trying to fit his way in to helping run the US government down the road? It's fucking insane. And the more and more you start to look at Elon, the more and more these cracks start going through.
And it's funny too, like down the road, it's crazy that like Elon Musk's biggest ball washer jumps in, Ian Miles wrong, and he goes, you shouldn't have to justify yourself to these people, but it's nice that you've got receipts to prove your gaming credentials, a receipt being that he apparently did like a world record Diablo run. Ian Miles Chong is a definite...
I don't think he did that run, by the way. I don't think... I've yet to see a single rank 1 clear where Elon Musk has his camera on and you can see him playing the game. Like every single clear is like his keybinds are different. The quality of the recording is like at a higher frame rate with different graphic settings, and the gameplay looks completely different. All I've seen is him getting boosted by Rob from the block. I mean, dude, I'd love to see it. If you got him clearing a fucking rank 1 rift solo, I would love to see it. I've just seen, the only thing I've seen is him getting boosted by Rob from the block in a group. And every single time he's posted a rank 1 run, it's just been like a no audio, no video, just some like different like game settings. I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say. What's this? Nightmare Dungeon how to complete. Should we watch this now? I thought it was so cool when I saw this because he was just like, you know, he was gaming, bro. It was, now, the gameplay wasn't great, I'll admit. He wasn't like the best gamer or anything. And he does die repeatedly in this video. But he clearly actually played the game. I thought that maybe his assistant was boosting him a little bit, like getting up a few levels, whatever. I thought it was ethical. He's not claiming to be top rank here. He's just like, you know, in the game, playing. This is before all the ego rank. Like, I'm a top guy. Like, where's the video? Because he clearly has a setup. Get me a video of him pushing a rank 1 rift with his camera on. because I'd love to see it. Because every single one that I've seen has just been, it's different keybinds, different settings, no audio or video. I was an Elon tech enjoyer. And then the fact that he was gaming as well, that's fucking cool.
I'm on hundreds of streams on YouTube, Twitch, playing live with the world's best players. No other way to say this, while Asmon is good at caustic commentary and making fun of people, he's just not good at video games. To which, thank God, Twitter has community notes to
Get
dug
fucking
up
wrecked.
every fucking achievement Asmon had. You know, I may not agree with everything Asmon Gold says, but it's hilarious that this grifting shithead is saying, like, oh, this other gamer is not as legit as me. Bro, your account is clearly botted, okay? I'm sorry to say, it's very clearly botted.
Boosted.
It is what it is.
Boosted.
At least Asmon in this situation.
Okay, he's saying boosted and pay to win. We're not, there's no, it's boosted. Like, okay, could have been a big boosted.
Understands gaming concepts and can play a video game at a relatively decent level, okay? I think recently he'd like 100%ed on hard all of like Metaphor Refantasio. Like, the guy understands video games. Elon Musk likes to jump on the trendy video games and pretend to be the top tier player. You know, like years ago when like the Cybertruck was being revealed and he was showing like Cyberpunk running in a Tesla, I would love to ask him like what the basic plot points of Cyberpunk 2077 is, because I don't even think this dumb fuck has made it past the actual start screen, to be honest with you. You know,
do the same thing with PoE. Ask him about the basic plot points of the campaign in Path of Exile. Like, just like some, just describes like, I don't know, 3 of the major bosses.
Most people probably have realized too, like, Elon Musk is just a pretty dog shit player in most games too. Like, when I talk about trendy games, even with games like Elden Ring, which most people jump into, like it's a hard game from FromSoft, I have several hours in this game. I actually platinumed Elden Ring like, I want to say a week within its release, around a week. And I played the game nonstop.
Okay.
I understand all of its concepts. I understand what to do. I did like new game pluses. I was in this game. I did Shadow of the Earth Tree like as soon as it dropped. Game was like consuming my life. So, you know, Elon tweets out his build, equipped load will be lower and faster and needed. And he shows a build where he doesn't even like properly like figure out what items that should be placed within it. Like, he doesn't really have the item set up properly. Like, he doesn't really have any thought put into his build. You look at his stats, and again, it just doesn't seem like somebody who gives a shit about a video game. He jumps in, tours into this, doesn't really give a crap, wants to get all the praises, but he plays like an actual turbo tard. It's insane. I love this one too, where it's like fucking, you know, one guy's like, list of games I've not played, all the Grand Theft Autos, right?
Dude, this is a classic, bro. Wait, this is a classic. This, honestly, this shit was like some of the first turbo red flags to me. What is this? Like, okay, tried, but didn't like doing crime. GTA 5 required shooting police officers in the opening scene. Just couldn't do it. Nah, that's crazy. That is some clown shit. I'm sorry, that is some clown shit. This is like what do you call this? Political brain rot. Where your politics take over your brain and you're infested and it makes you retarded. Like this is just so fucking out of touch, bro. Dude, it's a fucking video game! What do you mean? You go around mass murdering in every fucking game! Oh, I don't play any games where you kill anyone. What the? Oh, 50% of all games ever made. Oh, yep, rip.
Elon's like, tried, but I don't like doing crime. GTA 5 required shooting police officers in the opening scene. Just couldn't do it. You know what I said? The man had a bigger vagina than the blue whale?
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about.
There it is.
Bro, how are you gonna buy a game called Grand Theft Auto? Put it into your system and not expect to shoot a cop. It's a video game, bro. I wonder, you want to give this guy a heart attack at 50? Put up No Russian in Modern Warfare 2. See if he can get through shooting up an entire airport. And of course, resident ball washer comes in and goes, I'm glad shooting cops in Cyberpunk 2077 is completely optional. Never finish GTA.
So pathetic.
And then people dug up that he wrote like 250.
They're complete clowns. These guys are complete clowns. Like this guy here is this guy's a turbo clown. This guy, like, honestly, he's such a clown that he makes Elon Musk like a normal human being. Like, by comparison, this guy is like I do not know if you said like who is the biggest clown on Twitter. This guy, Honeybee. There is infinity examples of him just being. What I don't understand is how the fuck anyone can possibly agree with anything he says. Because he says so much dumb retarded shit on such a frequent basis that, like, why, like, how is he at all relevant? Oh, that's right, because he just fucking goggles Elon's fucking balls all day, dude. And then Elon gets some bot to reply to, basically, to, like, fucking make his point.
5 articles covering GTA 5, and again, how to evade police in the game single-player mode. So yeah, again, when it comes to these lying grifters, okay, it's very easy to pick them apart. Like, I love video games. I genuinely have never jumped in and made videos, and I'm probably going to make a couple more videos like this about some rather unsavory figures in this space, where, again, it's people who...
Oh, he's making a pirate software video, dude! He's making a pirate software video! You just heard it just now! He just did the announcement.
But in the world of gaming,
maybe,
they have no idea what gaming really is. They just use it as a front for their culture war, and they really just take a shit on the discussion of video games in general, right? They always bring up like woke politics, crazy, stupid shit. They never are able to just properly decipher or discuss these things. It's just used as a medium for them to have their culture war battles. Insane shit, okay? But again, to go back to old Asmin here, Asmin, after a spat, apparently seemingly had his checkmark removed, which doesn't really shock me. Like, I remember, like, even a couple, like, weeks ago, there were, like, people, like, highly, like, super right-wing accounts that, like, got into a discussion with H-1B visas about, you know, with Elon Musk, and all of a sudden...
Why are they always talking about H-1Z1, bro? I don't understand this game. This game's died a long time ago.
Elon Musk was like, I love H-1B visas. I love hiring people for indentured servitude. And, you know, all the right-wing people were like, we keep the jobs here. You know, it was a whole argument. And of course, anybody who disagreed with Elon suddenly were like, oh, my payouts don't really seem to be as high as they used to. Or, ooh, X is finally cracking down on my obvious bigoted speech. Yeah, Elon just didn't like you anymore, okay? Simple as that. See, this guy, when you trust him for free speech, it's hilarious.
So you scratch his back, he'll scratch yours. That's the vibe, right? Like, that's the thing. You keep sucking his dick, like eating Elon's ass. If you're going to be the bottom feeder, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, how else is that Iron Miles Chong guy still fucking relevant at all? It's because he's like some sort of human centipede. He's physically attached to Elon's ass, just eating his ass 24/7, right? Like, that's it. You eat his ass, and he'll eat yours. You know, he'll throw you some scraps. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works.
Because for him, free speech only matters is as long as you're like Ian Miles Chong on both your knees without any knee pads on, sucking this dude off, licking the balls, kissing the gooch all day, every day. It's insanity, okay? That's not free speech. That's you wanting to be the cool kid in class all the time, even though you're the fucking court jester. Now, at the end of all of this, ladies and gentlemen, to go further into this, it started off as like a little gaming spat, but honestly, the more and more you look into like Elon Musk, it's not just the gaming that really hits you. One of the things that kind of blew me away from like, you know, just basically being like, I think Elon's a cool guy, is as somebody who is a computer, engineer, somebody who understands computer code, for instance, hearing Elon talk about computers and anything code related is actually mind-bogglingly stupid. So this is like 2 years ago when Twitter was like first purchased, and he was basically being grilled about what was wrong with Twitter's code, what was wrong with Twitter's stack. Listen to this one.
I think, frankly, if you want to have a really high velocity of features, I think we'll just need to do a total rewrite of the whole thing.
Wait, seriously, a total rewrite. That's your prediction for velocity.
And that's a really good response, actually. It's like, you want to totally rewrite the code? Like, I mean, what kind of junior coding response is that? What is wrong with the code? Exactly like pointed out. And this is where Elon was basically grilled just a tad, and it made him go absolutely apeshit.
Yeah. Well, when you say a total rewrite, do you mean starting with the skeleton, or a bunch of engineers sit down with a whiteboard and say, what is Twitter? Revolution or reform?
I just mean like literally like there's like you could either try to amend the crazy stack that exists, or rewrite it.
But when you say crazy stack, what do you mean? Like, break it down.
Have you seen George's like diagram?
No. I mean, like, what do you mean by crazy? No, seriously. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Who are you?
Oh shit! Oh shit! He's busting out the who? Who? Literally, oh shit, bro. He didn't know what to say, so he just busted out the who, the sick own, brother. Bro, this guy's got no content. All right? That's like XQC losing in a computer game, and then he just, XQC says, you got no content. Who even are you, bro? You got no, it's just some guy in a computer game he's fighting. Like,
What do you mean, who am I? I don't know. You gave me the fucking mic. I got no.
I didn't give you the mic.
I'm doing the mic, and let's keep it civil in my space.
I mean, yeah.
Like what? No.
I'm just a guy, man. Like, what the hell? Like, it's a legitimate question being posed, but like, I guess Hoey doesn't want to talk to people he doesn't know. All right, Elon doesn't like talking to people he doesn't know.
You're in charge of the servers and the programming, whatever. Like, what is the stack?
Keep things technical in my space, please.
Take me from top to bottom. What does the stack look like right now? What's so crazy about it? What's so abnormal about this stack versus every other large-scale system on the planet, buddy? Come on, give it to me.
All right. So first off,
amazing. Wow, you're a jackass.
Oh shit! He's ad-homing him. That's what happens when you've lost the argument. You just start throwing names out. You just start throwing names out. You just like when you can't actually defend yourself like with logic and facts. You know, you just start checking out names. But he's pissed. There it is.
Wow, you're a jackass. Now that escalated pretty quickly. And to give you an idea, if you ever worked in like any job computer programming related, you probably have like really went through some PTSD the last like 30 seconds, because Elon sounds like any boss that will just like hear the trendy buzzword like, oh, a stack. Ooh, something's wrong with that old stack. We got to fix the stack. Now I'm going to give you guys a crash course on what a programming or like any stack really is. So for instance, one of the most common stacks available is something known as LAMP, which stands for a set of programs, a set of software you need to, for example, LAMP, the actual stack we're going to discuss here, is designed for building websites and web applications and so on and so forth. Okay, pretty massive part of the internet, something all of us interact with on a daily basis. Heck, you're doing it right now. So again, a LAMP stack is L for Linux, okay?
Linux.
You've got A for Apache, which is your web server. You've got M for MySQL for database management, and you've got P for, again, PHP. So these are just stacks. And again, it's different stacks, so you could be working in a place, but generally speaking, there's like a set of stacks that people know. So when you ask somebody, like, what the fuck is wrong with the stack? Like, what aspect of it is wrong? Is there something wrong with Linux? Something wrong with the web server? That's what you hit up with. Elon, because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, immediately starts lashing out at people, right? And sure, you could argue the other guy he's talking to is condescending, but anybody would be condescending when they're dealing with somebody who is just literally trying to bullshit their way.
I don't think he was that bad. I think he was just asking basic legit questions, and Elon was just question marking. And so then he tried to reiterate, and then Elon just started getting offended. Do you think he was being? Maybe he had a little bit of an attitude, perhaps a slight attitude. But when Elon said, "Who are you?" He's like, "What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, I'm a guy, you know? You gave me the fucking mic. Like, what else is he supposed to say? Like, I'm a human being. Like, I live at this address. Like, what is he supposed to say? Like, I don't know."
Through something that is so evidently simple. And even beyond all of it, one of the things that I found out too was like through a Dogecoin co-creator, right? One of these guys calls Elon a grifter who couldn't even run basic code. And what kind of basic code? Well, according to the co-creator, Palmer, he actually talked about how Elon Musk could not run the script. So Elon reached out to me to get a hold of the script, and it became very apparent quickly that he didn't understand coding as well as he made out. He asked, how do I run this Python script? So again, after I gave him the script, I wasn't a fan of him. He's a grifter. He sells a vision in hopes that he can one day deliver what he's promising, but he doesn't know that. And that's way true if we're talking about things like Tesla full self-driving.
Wait, he can do some coding, right? Didn't he do like PayPal coding or something? Wasn't he Elon software? But didn't he do some PayPal coding or something? Maybe some boomer shit? What, he was a part of that group or whatever, dude. There's pictures of him when he's bald and he's like he got up at PayPal and he sold it and got a bunch of money. Right, wasn't he there? Who's the financer? Okay, well, I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the PayPal situation. I thought, from what I heard, I thought he'd coded some stuff in PayPal. That's from what I had heard. From what I had heard.
In the days of the robo-taxi and all of these crazy promises if you've owned a Tesla, a lot of them have still remained completely fucking unmatched. But when it comes to like Python scripts, just to whittle it on back, if this guy cannot, if this is true and he can't even run a Python script, something that you probably learn now in like a 11th grade, like high school, like computer programming class, this guy is just a fucking poser. And that's one of the things, it's one of the reasons why, like, when he was building electric cars, I'm like, cool, you know, he knows his things. And I still believe Elon knows things about electric cars because, yes, Tesla is still, from what I understand, at the top of their game. They're getting more competition, but they're still doing good. Do I think Elon knows about space rockets? Probably not, but he knows how to hire people that know about space rockets, and that's why SpaceX, from my understanding, does pretty well. And that's why
You see this shit, though? Wait, you see what I saw? Can I even find? Dude, he tweets so much today. Will I even be able to find whatever the fuck? Oh my god, bro. What? How? There is no fucking way, bro. There is no fucking way this guy is living on PoE to fucking 97. He's just tweeting constantly. This is just like one day, bro. We're still on January 17th. This is still January 17th. We're still on January 17th. This is the problem. Okay, here we are. Found the tweet. Ask yourself, what did this video convey?
Welcome to SpaceX.
Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
Welcome to SpaceX.
I'm sorry, what is it like? Is it like, okay, if you're like, yeah, I employ some of the smartest guys in the world, and like, yeah, they're doing crazy stuff, and like, yeah, this business that I started up, I have a vision, and like, these guys are way smarter than me and doing all this crazy shit, it's badass. But it's the messaging is like, I am literally Elon, I am the GOAT. Look at me clap. Look at me walk in to the place. Look at all the shit I'm doing. Which is, you know, it's not the correct vibe, is it? It's not the correct vibe.
They keep winning government contracts, and they've genuinely changed and made space travel more efficient than it used to be. But when it comes to things like programming, that's where, at least as soon as you're jumping into the space and you're looking into this guy and you think, whoa, he's like this crazy smart dude, and you start peeling back some of the BS, it becomes readily apparent you're dealing with an actual grifter, not somebody who is like this crazy tech messiah, or at least whatever he wants to be.
I think that's what everyone's happening. I think everyone has like a specialty, whether it's cars, computers, rockets, or for me, gaming. That's my specialty, as I'm gaming. And then it becomes very obvious, because I don't know shit about cars, I don't know shit about code, I don't know shit about fucking rockets, right? So I can get, like, you know, I don't know fuck all about that. So how could I criticize it? I don't, whatever, dude. I'm like, okay, he's clearly like a rocket scientist or whatever. Oh, he clearly designs cars or whatever. Okay, fair enough. He's saying lots of buzzwords and stuff. He's got a really successful company. It seems to be the, but then he comes in the gaming space, right? A game that I actually play, right? A game, you know, a game that I'm actually playing, and it's like, okay, this guy's a massive fucking clown. This guy's a massive fucking clown. He's full of shit. And then it calls into question everything else he does. Because I've seen people calling out the cars, I've seen him calling out the rockets, I've seen him calling out for every aspect of what Elon says he's a master at. And it's, what does that mean? The whole thing is just a giant facade and he's actually clueless as fuck? I mean, is he the most successful con man in history?
Most likely appealing to, because Elon is currently engaged in a messiah, or at least whatever he wants to be. Which again is important. Now, if you're a gamer, somebody who Elon is most likely appealing to, because Elon is currently engaged in the most insane culture wars, Elon is using gamers and gaming as a whole in order to push all of his narratives. And it's finally because of the shit like this Path of Exile 2 that people are looking at him and going, Yeah, this guy's kind of a fucking idiot. I mean, it should have been pretty evident too, like literally like November of like last year, when like Elon literally was talking about building an AI game company to make games great again, okay? We need a video gamer voting block. Too many game studios are owned by massive corporations. So again, a massive...
what is this? This is a meme, right? This is a dead idea. It's a stupid fucking idea. This is a... Wait, what even is this? What even... So what? One of the largest... Wait, so I don't get it. I don't get it. Elon is one of the fucking richest guys in the world, and he runs some of the biggest companies in the world. So I don't get it. So how's he? So what? He's going to start up his own thing, and then it's going to be not only it's going to be AI dog shit dribble. Like I don't get it. What?
Corporation hosted by the richest guy in the world is suddenly also
is he the richest?
Game company. How is that any different?
Is he?
XAI is starting a game studio to make games great again. So they're working on building AI to accelerate human scientific discovery, guided by our mission to advance our collective understanding of the universe. Now, at the end of all this video is getting long enough, but a guy who is willing to be so shady and not transparent about, you know, something as simple as video games has at least me genuinely worried about another project that he's working on that is far more serious than video games, you know, petty internet, you know, slap fighting, something known as the Department of Government Efficiency. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, DOGE is a basically proposed presidential advisory commission that apparently is designed to trim down the fat or, you know, the budget of the government, right? So the idea of DOGE has been linked to Trump's campaign promises to cut federal spending and reduce the size of the government and the size of the federal fiscal deficit.
And I just cooks, so again, your president's releasing meme coins. My new official Trump meme is here. Join my very special Trump community. Get your Trump now. Why is no one calling this shit out, bro? Yo, why is the fucking president doing fucking pump and dubs? Why is the president doing pump and dubs? You've got like a fucking meme department with some guy who's pretending to be good at computer games who's actually dog shit. Like everything, like the whole, I don't know what's happening in NA. It's turning into a giant meme, bro. What's going on?
The people who are going to be chairing this is Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, okay? 2 billionaires in the United States. Now again, both of these guys have severe controversies regarding the businesses that they ran. But when it comes to Elon Musk, he said that Musk said Americans are welcome to bombard him with suggestions for where he should wield his axe. So you can jump into, I guess, live streams and basically decide what to cut, okay? Interesting. Anybody can just have a laissez-faire. You know when people talk about the fall of Rome? This might be it. Anytime the public thinks we are cutting something important or not cutting something wasteful, just let us know, he wrote, adding that all actions of the Department of Government Efficiency will be posted online for maximum transparency. You know, it'd be interesting how a man who gets so much subsidies from the federal government is now going to be in charge of deciding how that federal budget gets spent. But if he's not transparent about his video game nonsense, like something so low risk, something that doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of things, do you as an American trust this guy with being transparent about how he's going to chop up federal spending? Elon Musk, in my personal opinion, is a lying sack of shit. And at the end of the day, do I think he's some evil guy? Probably not. You know, to be fair, I think when it comes to evil,
just a clown.
You know, I look at people like Peter Scully. You know, that guy's evil.
Ego Andy.
Hitler, that guy's fucking hella evil. Okay, there's a lot of people that are evil, okay? Elon Musk is just somebody that is, he's self-serving. He's somebody who's obviously a billionaire. He only associates with billionaires. He only cares about really enriching himself. And I think this kind of stuff, when it comes to the Path of Exile 2 debacle, and then, of course, as a programmer, when it comes to the whole Twitter debacle, and, of course, when it comes to people who actually know rocket technology, comes to the controversies of SpaceX.
It's very telling for his character, I feel like. That's what it is. It's very telling. I feel like even if you take everything else aside, the fact that he'll do some video games tells you what he might do for other things. It's like Pirate, where he refused to admit that he had made a mistake and keep doubling down. I feel like that's telling for everything else they do, right? If they're willing to like throw everyone else under the bus and like know they have their mana gem usable, yet they don't use it because they don't want to look wrong. So they would rather kill off the players in their group than look bad at the video game. Okay, tells you all you need to know about a person.
That veneer is slipping away. And I feel like it has to slip away for people to, you know, get rid of their blinders and actually look at all of these people, not just Elon Musk, with some serious, nuanced understanding. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
There it is. Good video. Good video. True. Oh, dude, Elon! Oh, Elon! 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 I just want to see what level is this guy, and what league is he playing? Is he actually playing hardcore? All right, okay, scrolling around. All right, ooh, big juice, huge juice. 2 T15 maps, an ID gear in his bag. Oh, he's going. Oh shit, Hoa gloves, bro.
In 1769, Captain James Cook set foot on and mapped out New Zealand. Shortly thereafter, in 1788, England started sending some of its prisoners to the nearby Australian colony. And then finally, on
I want you to watch this clip of Hassan Piker as he interviews with Sean O'Brien. And in this video, you will hear, and really honestly, you're going to see the hurt that Hassan experienced by virtue of his uncle, Cenk Uygur, at TYT. And in this video, you're going to hear how the business practices at TYT fell extremely, woefully short of being truly progressive. And I think that in this video, you will recognize that there has been a problem brewing over at TYT for some time. I watched this video, and I'm going to play it for you. But more than anything else, I could see and I could feel the hurt that Hassan was experiencing even right then, having to discuss it. And I wonder why. I wonder what the driving force is behind Hassan really putting all the information out that he's been putting out, saying all that he is saying, and how difficult it must be for him to have to say these uncomfortable and inconvenient truths about his own uncle, Cenk Uygur, over at the Young Turks. Take a listen in.
But I started working with my uncle, and look, I think it might be a little Turkish of him to do this, but he definitely took it. Let's just say he definitely took advantage of the fact that I was his nephew in terms of, the pay structure that I worked
So you
under.
definitely needed a union with a relative.
Oh, 100%.
No doubt.
Exactly. They actually did unionize the producers, but that was after I had left. But there was definitely a little bit of issues there as well, and I think that was my third final radicalizing moment. I guess was I had this IP, this intellectual property of this show that I built out of for free that I did because I wanted to do it on the side. It's something I wanted, and I knew they were not gonna. Originally, they were not going to let me do it unless I do it for free, which is, kind of lame.
And this is your uncle's company.
Yeah, it's my uncle's company. So I'm just I want to help. I want to be beneficial, and I also want to do this thing. I'll just do it. I'll just do the extra work for free on the side and maintain this thing so that I can prove that it's good. And so I did that. But it blew up. It got very popular. And instead of giving me additional funds to be here, let's build out the show more, let's give you a writer, because I did this in the supply closet, basically. I put a green screen up there and I started filming myself. They were like, oh yeah, we're going to take this IP and we're going to give it to all the other hosts so we can make more of the same type of videos without spending any extra money. And that's when I was like, damn, I have no ownership over this. Like, I have no control over my hours. I have no control over this IP, this thing that I created, right? Like this thing that I put a lot of thought and effort into, and I did for basically free. I don't control it.
You can really see the pain, or you could hear the pain in Hassan's voice. He's not comfortable talking about his family like this. It's not easy for him to do this. In fact, I can tell that it is taking a lot for him to come out and say these things. You got to keep in mind, these things happened many, many years ago. And in fact, I remember the IP, the intellectual property that he's talking about. I remember when all of a sudden there was a new format that was being presented and it featured Hassan. And then that format was featured by another person from TYT. And then
this is the final weekly weird news of the Joe Biden presidency.
No more weirdness ever again.
Yeah.
This is it. Come on. We fixed it. There's no more weirdness, so this is obviously
where this is the final episode of Weekly Weird News, apparently. No need for the show. But yeah, it's this channel's final episode before we are presumably arrested for sedition and summarily executed.
Yeah.
But to our executioners, may we please at least make our case here. I think we're entitled to that.
Yeah.
We don't like Joe Biden a whole lot either. And his final week in office, it really hasn't helped his case. Now, sure, the reasons we dislike Joe Biden are diametrically opposed to the reasons you don't like him, but that's got to count for something, right? Surely you can at least bump us closer to the bottom of your list of enemies of the state and give us some much-needed time to seek political asylum in New Zealand. That is all we ask.
That is all we ask. And, you hope that that's enough. You really want to be that scene from Billy Madison where Steve Buscemi crosses us off the list and then puts lipstick on.
Yeah, that's all I ask.
We just want a little kiss, that's all. I mean, we just want to survive.
In the meantime, though, let us explain how Biden's final week in office has really underlined why we and many others see this presidency as a tremendous disappointment and missed opportunity that seemed almost specifically designed to alienate core constituencies of the Democratic Party and pave the way for a Republican blowout.
Yeah, first off, the whole TikTok shit show, which we've been covering throughout the entire past week because every day there's a new game-changing update that a decision where they look at the facts and they say, geez, we might have bungled
We're all
this
looking
one.
for the guy who did this.
It is one of the dumbest and most pointless, unforced errors that we have seen from an incumbent president, and it definitely cost the Democrats some votes. Who knows how many, but some votes in November, because the people making money on TikTok, it's not just kids.
Yeah, it's a lot of people.
Yeah, especially though younger voters who were not too keen on supporting the administration that was responsible for taking away their favorite platform. Now, a lot of these younger voters were also probably not too keen on Biden's unwavering support of genocide in Gaza, another thing that Trump will now get credit for. As we've inched closer to a ceasefire, despite being just as much of a ghoul on this issue as Biden, and like I keep saying, almost certainly worse.
Yeah, long term.
Yeah, but at least with Israel, you could make the case that Joe Biden truly believes in the Zionist cause, I guess. And with TikTok, all the hysterical urgency about it being an imminent national security threat has been completely undermined this week when Biden, after pushing for the ban, helping craft the ban, and signing the ban, decided at the last minute that maybe we shouldn't ban TikTok just yet, and doesn't plan on enforcing it for the one day that he has left in office between the start of the ban and Trump's inauguration. Too late, Joe. Too late. Even the Supreme Court, as expected, has upheld the ban. You're the TikTok ban guy, and now Trump potentially gets credit for unbanning it, even though you're like, I made an oopsie.
Yeah, Trump's saying he's gonna not enforce it for 90 days, and presumably he can just keep on extending that.
Until he sells it to one of his friends.
Yeah,
or decides that he's done playing with it.
Though I don't think they're gonna sell. I
don't know either.
They're just gonna be like, all right, well,
even in response to this statement from the Biden administration, coming on the heels of the Supreme Court being like, kind of airtight. Even ByteDance has been like, we're going to need a lot of reassurances in writing that you're not going to enforce this, because we could go to jail for keeping the app live. You made that decision.
As we discussed previously, it's not like Donald Trump can snap his fingers and unilaterally undo the TikTok ban. But with his influence over the Republican majority in both houses of Congress, plus the loads of Democrats who have publicly had a change of heart after voting in support of the ban, a reversal of the ban via Congress seems possible.
Yeah.
Trump even invited the CEO of TikTok to his inauguration.
Hey, who doesn't love storming the Capitol?
Now, the whole idea behind banning TikTok in the first place was Trump's, and now he gets to be the guy who saved it. At least temporarily, that is, because the goal here is clearly still getting TikTok sold to a new American owner, preferably one of Trump's friends. And that's something they haven't budged on or even entertained throughout this whole process. So we'll see how that turns out. So none of that's great for Biden's presidential legacy. But this week, in his farewell address, he also decided to really rub some salt in the wounds of everyone who sees his presidency as a huge wasted opportunity to actually fix things and improve people's lives. It's entirely possible that Biden's brain is so turned to mush that halfway through this speech, he forgot he was just the president already for 4 years and thinks that it's 2021 and his term is about to start. Because that's one of the only ways we can come up with to explain some of the stuff he said here.
Yeah, it seems like he's putting out some warnings about things that he helped incubate.
You are the president.
He started off with the usual patriotic fluff and a quick rundown of some very meager accomplishments of his administration. Hey, I'll give him credit. CHIPS Act.
Yeah,
he did get rid of a lot of student debt. It was clearly not close to being enough at all, but a lot of people did see relief.
The Inflation Reduction Act is a great piece of legislation.
Exactly.
I'm currently in the process of getting HVAC installed in my house, and I'm really hoping that all of the line items for all the tax credits on there, which are like pretty significant,
stay on there.
Will be there when I come to collect.
So there's some stuff that we really didn't like, but the administration did some okay things. It's not all bad. But so he did all of that fluff stuff, but that was before launching into the topic of how this country is, guys, well, again, we're looking for the guy who helped do this. The country's run by oligarchs who don't have the public's best interest at heart.
What?
Particularly in big tech, which, thanks for noticing. That's not new. Eventually, here's the thing, though. People have shown charts of like how rich the richest people in America have gotten over Joe Biden's administration. So it's like, okay, well, you did nothing to curb this outrageous growth.
This problem got significantly worse. Watch your watch.
So, anyways, he gets to this part, which we'll read from the transcript, minus all the verbal gaffes, because remember, that is one of the reasons that he was.
I'll do Joe Biden this kindness of not reading his shit word for word, because it is obviously a mess.
We must reform the tax code, not by giving the biggest tax cuts to billionaires, but by making them begin to pay their fair share. We need to get dark money, the hidden funding behind too many campaigns' contributions, out of our politics. We need to enact an 18-year term limit and the strongest ethics reforms for our Supreme Court. We need to ban members of Congress from trading stocks while they're in the Congress. We need to amend the Constitution to make clear that no president is immune from crimes that he or she commits while in office. The president's power is not absolute, and it shouldn't be.
Wow, these are all great ideas.
Yeah, it would have been really great to focus on these for, I don't know, the last 4 years.
It's a great policy agenda for an incoming president. It's a bit weird, though, that we're just now hearing about your passion for these things right as you're walking out the door. And sure, I guess it's not the first time he's ever voiced support for some of these things. But if they're important enough to warrant inclusion in this speech, why weren't they important enough to fight for when you were the literal president? Not just
liberals
support,
are full of
but
shit.
Fight for, be passionate about, get other people passionate about. And the default liberal reply will, of course, be, well, you can't enact those kinds of things without a supermajority in both houses of Congress, so what can you do? Or whatever. But even if you think better things aren't technically possible, it seems like voters should at least still know that you want those better things and aren't just acting as if everything is as fine as it can be. Trump never, ever shuts the fuck up about what he wants to do, regardless of how stupid and implausible those things are. And it sets the agenda. It applies pressure. It becomes the topic of conversation and debate. And it tells voters, here's a guy who actually wants to change things. Now, any of those things that Biden listed in his speech would have had a much better chance of actually happening if he'd actually made it his mission to accomplish them. But he didn't. And it's almost worse hearing him acknowledge them than if he'd just said nothing. And it's not just us who are frustrated about this. Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island posted to Twitter following the speech. Now he tells us, Biden speaks out against dark money, for climate action, and for SCOTUS term limits. I pressed 4 years for this speech. That was a great speech. Had that speech launched the re-election campaign, he'd have won. Had that speech launched his presidency, he'd have saved America. Now we fight on.
So, in a similar vein, following that speech, Biden announced out of the blue that we've got a new 28th Amendment to the Constitution.
Oh, cool.
The Equal Rights Amendment, or ERA. The ERA has a history going back a century, and we don't have time to get into all of it, but it's basically the idea that the Constitution should have an amendment that simply states that equality of rights under the law shouldn't take a person's sex into account. In other words, men and women are guaranteed equal rights. And back in 1972, it was passed by Congress, but it wasn't ratified by enough states to be considered law until 2020, when Virginia ratified it. At that point, technically, the deadline had already passed several decades earlier, but experts on the Constitution don't all agree on that. So basically, Biden said, while walking out the door, that, by the way, the ERA is officially part of the Constitution now. If he had done this 4 years ago, or even 1 year ago, there might be a decent chance of it actually being added to the Constitution. And at the very least, during the public debate around it, you have opponents of what seems like a really common sense amendment that would be on their heels playing defense, because who in their right mind in the year 2020, whatever you want to introduce
don't think men and women should have equal rights? Interesting.
Yeah.
Explain that.
Very telling. But no, even now there's additional steps he could take to try to force it into law, and it would still largely be symbolic. But he's not even bothering. This is an empty gesture that will lead nowhere, and it is another example of Biden's presidency being a missed opportunity. We could have had a bad bitch.
Maybe Trump will pass it through and get credit for this one too.
No, Elliot, we've already been through this. The first time around, the first time that Trump was elected, literally the lame duck period between Obama's presidency and Trump's presidency was a bunch of fucking libs, and even me, desperately in the caverns of my mind, hoping that Trump was going to do some switcheroo and become a moderate...
Well, that's not what this would be, though, because this is, I mean, it's meaningless. You just say men and women have equal rights under the law, and it wouldn't...
But I don't even think he would say that without, like, having some kind of physical reaction.
I don't know. It just seems like it's like the bare minimum. It's just a gesture, and seems like something you could very easily get credit for.
I'm not holding out any hope.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
yeah.
Well, Biden doesn't seem to understand how maddening it is that he's coming out at the last minute in support of popular ideas that he kept mostly quiet about while he had the power to do anything about them. He does seem to at least understand one thing, at least a little tiny bit. Here's CNN. President Joe Biden said a key regret of his 4 years in office was not taking more credit and reminding voters of his administration's accomplishments, including infrastructure and COVID relief spending. The mistake we made was, I think I made, was not getting our allies to acknowledge that the Democrats did this. So, for example, building a new billion-dollar bridge over the river, we'll call it the Democratic Bridge, figuratively speaking, Biden said in an interview that aired Thursday with MSNBC's Lawrence O'Donnell, his final TV sit-down.
Too little, too late. Shut the fuck up.
Who put it together? Let people know that this was something the Democrats did, that it was done by the party. That's different than me writing a check and me signing a check and saying I did it. I mean, yeah, man, no shit. This is something we were shouting about back when he was still running for re-election.
Yeah.
Biden did, in fact, do some good things as president. I mean, nothing as exciting as what he talked about in that farewell speech, but still good stuff. But the average person wouldn't know that because unlike Trump, who never shuts up about his wins, Biden is, he's just modest, I guess.
Look, the thing...
I don't want to gloat.
Again, in case you missed the past year of our show, he's just too old. He doesn't have it in him to go out there, pound the pavement, and do the speeches and appearances and interviews that he needs to do.
Yeah.
And as we saw with the Democratic apparatus, they kind of hit him for a while.
They did.
So he didn't even have the ability. Now, having said that, I don't know if this would work because they're still shedding off all of the shit from Obamacare because the Republicans just see a Democratic name and they're like, well, that sucks. We need to figure that out.
Right, but every time they try to get rid of it, people realize what that means and they're like, wait, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut up. Like,
it would be funny though, because for a while, I guarantee you, no Republicans would drive over that Democratic bridge.
Yeah.
I'll take the long way.
Obamacare is an interesting example too, though. Like, as much as it's like kind of sucks and it's disappointing, Like,
they did something.
They got it. Obama made it part of his agenda, and it became a big part of the national discourse for like a year, and people debated on it. And what we got in the end kind of sucked, but like it was better than what was there before.
Yeah, in the most extreme cases, it was a huge help to society, and the name stuck because it's symbolic. Because he was the administration that fought for it. But yeah,
like if that had been Joe Biden, he'd been just like, that's not possible. Not gonna pass. Not gonna try. So yeah, it seems like a really basic rule of politics to own your wins. But apparently it just now dawned on Joe Biden, the president, to take credit for his victories.
And blame all your failures on the other candidates. But moving on now to the next administration, it's easy to forget, but Trump is a product of the entertainment industry. And his aspirations for fame came long before his political aspirations. Conservatives in general have always been as obsessed with movies and TV as they're obsessed with the idea that Hollywood is a liberal cabal. So it is no big surprise that on Thursday, Trump announced this on Truth Social. It is my honor to announce Jon Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone to be special ambassadors to a great but very troubled place, Hollywood, California. They will serve as special envoys to me for the purpose of bringing Hollywood, which has lost much business over the last 4 years to foreign countries, back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. These three very talented people will be my eyes and ears, and I will get done what they suggest. It will again be, like the United States of America itself, the golden age of Hollywood. So, simultaneously, a lot to unpack here, and also very little to unpack, because what does any of that mean? What is a special ambassador to Hollywood, and what is their job exactly? So, special ambassador, now it's typically a job that's a job title for someone sent to war-torn foreign nations, not the entertainment industry.
Yeah, so this is...
Though, to be fair, the fires in the past week or so have made certain areas look very bad.
Not Hollywood, though.
Nope.
So it also sounds like these three actors heard about their new jobs via Trump's post, like everyone else.
They got a new job. It's pretty good for old Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah. And what a trio of actors they are. So Mel Gibson is, of course, a notorious alcoholic crank who recently reminded everyone what a nut job he is with an appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast. He's also literally an old school anti-Semite. So it's wild to involve him in the government after more than a year of everything from boycotting hummus brands to expressing any sympathy for murdered children being labeled anti-Semitic, when this guy's out there just doing anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Due to his numerous controversies, he's also hardly what anyone would call a Hollywood player anymore, and the last dozen or so movies he's been in are straight-to-video trash that no one's heard of. In a similar vein, Jon Voight is also, to be fair, talented. He's a talented actor. Mel Gibson's a talented actor, but...
nobody can get eaten by a giant snake like Jon Voight.
Both talented and previously prestigious actors. Jon Voight went down the right-wing rabbit hole over the decades, and for the last 10 years or so, 15 years or so, maybe 20 years. The only roles that anyone's seen him in are conservative passion projects like Roe v. Wade and Reagan, and also Megalopolis.
Go back to the club.
The club. Take a look at this boner. I thought Jon Voight was great in it. Now, Stallone, for his part, is at least currently starring in a mainstream TV show that people seem to enjoy.
I'm the Tulsa King.
But again, what the hell does this new job entail? Are these three geriatric bozos going to be riding around in golf carts, making their rounds on the studio lot, checking in to see whether the productions are too woke? Maybe. I guess we'll see. And what's frustrating about this is, like, the film and TV industry in the U.S. is a major part of the economy and probably should have more government oversight, but more on the, like, labor and antitrust side, and not whatever this is going to be.
Yeah, three very old, very out of touch men. I can't imagine they're going to accomplish much, but much like with everything else, specifically with the entertainment industry here in Los Angeles, any help is acceptable, I guess. Jon Voight, and so I just, again, believe it when I see it.
Keep it that way.
But one more politics story for today, just one more. Back in May, we talked about what we described as a congressional catfight during which prominent women from both parties duked it out verbally during a congressional session. You had Marjorie Taylor Greene, bitch, there we go, on the GOP side, throwing down with Jasmine Crockett on the Dem side, with AOC and Anna Paulina Luna acting as cornermen. And the highlight was Crockett referring to MTG's appearance as bleach blonde, bad built, butch body, in response to insults from MTG about her eyelash extensions and reading comprehension. It was a shit show. But it was what landed Jasmine Crockett of Texas on our radar as someone who does not take anyone's shit and is verbally well-equipped to defend herself from right-wing lunatics. Well, Jasmine Crockett was back at it again this week, this time versus Nancy Mace, the attention-starved congresswoman who spent November and December constantly pushing for a transgender bathroom ban on Capitol Hill that garnered lots of press, but ultimately went nowhere.
Didn't even make it into the continuing resolution.
Nope. Here you go.
Somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now, so she gonna keep saying trans, 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 so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all.
I am no
whether
child.
or
Do not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those emails actually have
ceilings.
I'm reclaiming my time.
You will not do that. I am not a child.
I am reclaiming my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not
okay. Order.
Point of order. So I know we talked a lot of shit on Democrats earlier in the episode, but this shit is right. This is what we need.
More of this here.
The Tim Kaine stuff, this is very good. That is a fighting spirit that Joe Biden clearly lacked. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz had that fighting spirit until, for whatever reason, the ghouls running their campaign made them stop calling J.D. Vance weird and also just pulled back on everything else that was working.
Yeah, we're going too negative against these people that deserve it.
This goes back to the tech oligarchy. They asked a tech billionaire what they should do with the campaign in at least one instance. So people like Nancy Mace are cranks and should be treated as such. And it's nice to see at least one elected Democrat doing so.
Yeah.
If they're going to have a bad faith argument, throw it back in their face.
Yeah, this woman is clearly attention-starved, and, give her what she asked for.
If the other team's breaking the rules, they're just going to keep dunking on it.
There's nothing in the rule book that says dog can't play basketball.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's enough politics for today. But we didn't say we were done with political figures, which unfortunately now describes Elon Musk. Lately, though, he's been less active in politics, I guess, at least from appearances, than he has been in doing damage control on his reputation among gamers, being in tatters after it was all but confirmed that he's not actually good at video games and, in fact, pays people to rank up his characters so he can take the credit and have everyone think he's good at video games. And not just good at video games, but one of the best in the world.
I know. Just do it like halfway. Fake it halfway, and everyone...
No one would care.
No. Or, you know what? Here's something. Play the games.
Well, he doesn't have time. He's running like 12 companies and the U.S. government.
So you'd rather lie about the idea that he has
Everyone would understand if he hadn't gotten around to Path of Exile yet, because he's busy.
Yeah. Well, no. I would have gotten to the best in the world, so what's the difference if I have someone else do it?
Anyway, this was a total unforced error on Elon's part. And what's particularly insulting to gamers is that he thought he'd go on stream and play a game that he's supposedly the best in the world at, but actually very obviously knows very little about, and no one would notice. It's not the worst thing he's done by a long shot, but it may be the most pathetic. And you'd think he'd want to just shut the fuck up about it and not draw attention to it. But attention is what Elon craves more than anything else, so he can't help himself.
That brings us to Elon Musk's feud with Asmongold.
Let them fight.
He is the gaming streamer and YouTuber most well known for living in shockingly disgusting squalor, despite at this point surely being pretty damn wealthy. All I can imagine is like a pristine mansion that leads a staircase up to like a set that looks disgusting.
You would hope, but no. I think he just lives in shit and doesn't spend any of the millions of dollars he's made because all he cares about is gaming.
Might be clinical depression. We don't know.
We don't know. It's something.
On top of living in a garbage dump of his own making and wiping blood on the walls that he pulled off of his gums.
Using a dead rat as an alarm clock.
He also periodically says dumb, uninformed, ignorant shit about topics outside his gaming wheelhouse. But in this case, the subject of his feud with Elon Musk is, in fact, gaming. So
yeah.
Gamers, time to listen.
Yeah.
Anyways, Asmongold, like every other gaming YouTuber, did some commentary on the whole situation with Elon clearly paying someone overseas to level up his Path of Exile character and make it seem like Elon is one of the most skilled gamers on Earth. And his commentary was very critical of Elon, because why the hell wouldn't it be? This is ridiculous and pathetic, and Asmongold, of all things, this is the one thing he's an expert in.
Yeah.
Well, Elon certainly did not like that.
He felt betrayed because Asmongold up till this point has been kind of an Elon stan.
And he decided that it was time to once again go out of his way to place a rake in front of him and jump right on it. The Drake rake. Hit him right in the face. Here's Kotaku.
Zach Asmongold Hoyt was one of the biggest content creators to call Musk out and went so far as to say that he would begin streaming on the tech billionaire's own platform, X, if he could prove that he got his hardcore mode Path of Exile 2 character to level 97 all by himself. The character ended up dying last week. I feel like it's a universal negative for him to do this, and it just makes him look like an insecure asshole by doing it, Hoyt said. That was 4 days ago on January 12th. By January 15th, people began to notice that Musk had unfollowed Hoyt on X. Musk then went a step further and leaked internal DMs between the two and accused Hoyt of being a puppet. Asmon behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything, Musk tweeted overnight. He is not his own man. To prove his point, he shared a screenshot of a DM between himself and Hoyt, where the streamer explained how he employs two editors to cut and publish almost all of his content online. So basically, any content I post is edited or uploaded by them, and they just get a cut of the ad rev. It's a super good system. To be honest, almost everyone on YouTube does it, Hoyt wrote at the time. Interesting, replies Musk.
Okay, so to be clear, despite Elon Musk being extremely online, he is apparently not familiar with the concept of an editor in the context of making videos. Specifically, Asmongold is primarily a streamer. And like many streamers, he doesn't want to clock out from 8 hours of streaming and then immediately fire up Adobe Premiere to cut down that footage into highlights for YouTube. So he pays other people to do that, or I guess lets them do it and keep the ad revenue. I don't know. However, the word editor means different things in different contexts. And Elon clearly seems to think that Asmongold has editors the way newspaper writers have editors, people that you have to run your work by before publishing, and is therefore not actually a maverick independent thinker like he'd have people believe. It's very bizarre and very clearly...
how would you not know that?
He is crazy. This is a perfect example of just being lost in translation. This is a word that means different things, and in normal context, you'd be able to pick up on that based on his job, the guy's job that you're talking to.
But, like, I just don't... Like, how would you have never, in your entire life, encountered the concept of a editor in the context of videos published to the internet?
Maybe because all of his stuff is live streamed, so he calls them directors. I'm trying to think of like real,
I don't know,
real use cases here, because that's all I can kind of think of.
It's just wild.
And he has dealt with journalists before. He's famously very angry at the press. So,
well, that's what he.
That's why he thinks that's that.
But like, what? This is wild.
So all Elon accomplished here was making himself look dumb, as the community note on the now deleted post explains. Elon Musk seems to think Asmongold is an employee with editors overseeing him. That's incorrect. Asmongold's editors are actually his employees. They edit/upload his content for a revenue share. They don't control what he does.
You idiot.
And actually making himself look dumb wasn't the only thing that Elon accomplished here. This was classic Streisand effect. He brought even more attention to the extremely embarrassing fact that he is a fake gamer.
Which is unforgivable.
I also had, again, we've been over this. Not that I am very close with them, but I do have conservative friends, and one seemingly out of the blue texted me this week, and I didn't even know Elon had at one point claimed that he was like a pro Quake player. Yeah. He's like, by the way, I've been playing Quake professionally for decades, and no one has even heard of Elon Musk ever playing the game. Let alone competing.
Let's go, because it is for years there's been in the press oh, Elon's one of the best Diablo players, and it's okay, we're just gonna accept that.
Because he said that, yeah, because he said it.
He also after this he took away Asmongold's verification badge. So petty.
Yeah, well, at least he's going industry by industry and showing everyone who he is.
Yeah. He targeted gamers.
He's he's the meme of the Grim Reaper going door to door, but it's just him hurting himself every time.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I suck at this. Just letting everyone know.
Yeah. I suck at this too.
And I'm gonna make sure that the worst example of a gamer, a classic meme example of a gamer, just unwashed, surrounded by garbage. I'm gonna make him look good in this situation.
Yeah, he's gonna be the hero in this particular instance.
Yeah,
because I'm just that repellent.
Mm-hmm.
But moving on now to some very strange news from the world of Italian soccer.
Okay.
So SS Lazio is a football club based out of Rome. And their mascot is a bald eagle. Not a guy in a bald eagle costume, but an actual literal bald eagle named Olympia. And the professional falconer, who's obviously in charge of handling Olympia, made international news this week for a very bizarre and gross reason. Okay. Here's The Guardian. Lazio fired the far-right sympathizer who handles their eagle mascot on Monday after he posted a series of videos and pictures of his erect penis online. Falconer Juan Bernabe, who's been present at Lazio home matches with Olympia, the Eagles, since the 2010-2011 season, posted the footage on social media after having surgery on Saturday to implant a penile prosthesis to improve his sexual performance.
Okay.
Lazio said that they had terminated with immediate effect their relationship with Bernabe due to the seriousness of his conduct, adding that they were shocked by the images.
We made sure to look really hard, really long and really hard. We examined them thoroughly.
The Serie A club added that Bernabe's dismissal would mean that fans would be deprived of Olympia's presence in Lazio's coming home matches, their next being against Real Sociedad in the Europa League on the 23rd of January.
We and the historic symbol of the eagle can no longer be associated with a person who, with his behavior, has made the continuation of any relationship impossible, added Lazio. Bernabe defended the decision to publish the images by saying in an interview with radio station Radio 24 that nudity is normal. I grew up in an open-minded, naturist family. The 56-year-old Spaniard has previously been in hot water over his openly hard-right politics and was suspended by Lazio in 2021 for performing a fascist salute at the end of a match with Inter. He was filmed by fans at Rome's Stadio Olimpico, making the gesture and chanting Duce Duce while holding Olympia and dressed in full Lazio kit. You can't do that.
It is funny. It's like...
he was clearly just proud of his prosthetic.
Yeah, check this out.
Yeah.
It is funny. They're like, I can tolerate open fascism, but I draw the line at penis pics.
Yeah. Also, this opens up a wonderful position for someone who needs a job right now, far, far and away from our public health. And you know who that is. I heard there's a falconer position open up.
Yeah, go RFK. You love yourself.
Yeah. Oh, how are we supposed to know that a falconer would have weird politics?
Yeah.
He also repeatedly doubled down on his love for Mussolini over the years, as well as this week in the wake of the penis controversy.
Just to be clear, I do love Mussolini. Just in case there was any, I still love him.
Yeah. At one point this week, after being fired, the falconer barricaded himself in the club's training center and refused to come out, just like Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Oh, and also, the penis enlargement procedure was performed by a member of Lazio's medical staff, and that guy's been fired as well.
You're here to, like, treat injuries for soccer players. Why are you doing a penis enlargement surgery in the locker room?
Make it big enough to hang Mussolini with. Hey.
I want to be doing my own little salute down there.
Anyways, as of Friday, it sounds like despite the club making it very clear that this is all totally unacceptable and the penis guy is definitely fired, he still refuses to leave, even after being visited by police. And he's using the excuse that he is still in recovery from the penis procedure and has been advised by his doctor not to move for 30 days. It's a medical doctor. You can't say that. Now, it's unclear where Olympia is during all this, but it sounds like he may technically be holding the bird hostage with him in there.
Yeah, because he's the bird trainer, so the bird's probably with him.
Where else would it be?
He's in there. He's like, listen, I can't come out. If I move, my penis will tear apart. So you got to let me stay.
Yeah.
We'll deal with this in 30 days when I'm all healed up. And I'll show you what it looks like then. It'll be a little less offensive than...
All right, you can come in, but you got to look at it.
Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
So that's a pretty wild story. But it's not the only wild story we have for you today about an employee of a prestigious business going rogue in a particularly bonkers way. Here's CNBC with a story about the happiest place on earth and one man's mission to make it a lot less happy. A former Disney employee agreed to plead guilty in a federal criminal case where he is accused of hacking into menu creation software for the company's restaurants to falsely indicate that certain food items did not contain potentially deadly allergens such as peanuts, a court filing Friday shows. Michael Scheuer is also accused of making other changes to Disney restaurant menus, including altering fonts, causing some pages to be blank, and changing information about wines to replace geographic regions with the locations of recent mass shootings.
What?
The filing says.
The first part's funny. If he didn't change it to the locations of recent mass shootings, that would have been actually a pretty funny joke.
If he had just changed everything to Comic Sans,
yeah, or Papyrus.
In one instance, Scheuer added a swastika to a menu, according to the plea agreement filed in U.S. District Court in Orlando, Florida. He has agreed to plead guilty to 2 felony counts, computer fraud and aggravated identity theft.
So the changes that he made to allergen information on menus focused on peanut, tree nut, shellfish, and milk allergens, according to the filing. Shore added notations to menu items indicating they were safe for people with specific allergies, which change could have had fatal consequences depending on the type and severity of a customer's allergy, the filing said. Although it is believed that some numbers of the altered menus were ultimately printed, it is believed that all altered menus were identified and isolated prior to being shipped out to Disney restaurants. Shore was fired as a menu production manager last June. It was his job. In August, the plea agreement says Shore launched a cyber attack designed to continually lock Disney employees out of their company online accounts. Many of the 14 employees targeted in the so-called denial of service attack had some kind of interaction with Shore when he worked at the company. So, yeah, this is a story where we definitely wish there were more details. I thought it was like a rogue employee, like someone that was sweeping trash. That was like,
he's the menu guy.
They left the.
He's the menu guy, and he got fired for reasons that are unclear, and then remotely started like fucking with the.
Wow.
And also just launching like DOS attacks.
I mean, literally, they could, if they wanted to, charge him with potentially like because tricking people into eating peanuts is
he did try to deadly people. I mean, it sounds like none of the menus ever actually made it to the point where someone would order off of them. Like they caught the mistakes and they're just like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Why does this shit keep happening to our menus?
Why does this wine get like it would have been
who has a specific expertise in menus who would have a grudge against us specifically?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that guy.
Yeah, it's the swastika. Whoa, easy, buddy. All of the shooting locations. Whoa, easy, buddy. Change it to like my butt. Oh, this wine didn't come from my butt.
Yeah.
We got to get these things reprinted. Then it's kind of funny. Anyways, I wish we had more details, but clearly this guy felt that he was unfairly fired, and he made it his mission to wreak vengeance upon the company and former coworkers that had wronged him, and also anyone visiting Disney World with a food allergy. So I guess he was like, fuck those people too.
Yeah, collateral damage.
Yeah. But who's to stop someone with one of those frickin' little things that are always advertised online going in and changing the digital menus?
Oh, the pocket,
whatever the hell.
Z flipper. Yeah, I don't know.
It's
Like,
always advertised as the most innocuous thing too. It's like, oh, you lost your TV remote? Yeah, it'll do it.
yeah, it's
It'll also do a whole lot of
It's an interesting product that it does have a lot of potential for.
I feel like if you buy that, you are immediately on a list.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Anyways, before we move on to the headlines half of the show, it's time to let you know that this episode is sponsored by Mando.
That's right.
And we were pretty excited when they reached out to sponsor us because aside from looking good, folks, you got to smell good. Yeah. In order to smell good, you got to be hygienic. Mando sent us some of their products to try out, and the results do not lie. I mean, you can't smell us through your phone, TV, or whatever, but we assure you, we smell very nice.
Yeah.
And that's because we are covered head to toe with Mando.
Mando!
We've all got high hopes for the new year, or I don't know.
We did.
Do we? Maybe you do.
We can start now. We can start after all the inauguration and everything.
But a lot of those plans involve working up a sweat, and you're gonna need some stink protection when you're trying to achieve those sweet gains. It's time to get yourself smelling right with Mando.
Mando is a whole body deodorant created by a doctor that is safe to use everywhere. Pits, balls, thighs, belly buttons, butt cracks, feet, wherever. It is clinically proven to block or control odor for up to 72 hours. And their deodorant comes in stick and spray form, and you can choose from a variety of fresh scents like bourbon leather, clover woods, Mount Fuji, or Pro Sport, and all of their products are baking soda and paraben free. They say that Mando is clinically proven to control odor better than a shower and soap alone. Get this. 12 hours after a shower, the average man's grundle odor was 5 out of 10. Too high. With Mando, the average grundle odor is a 0 out of 10. Here, bend over. Elliot?
No.
Okay.
No. You'll just have to take our word. But do you want to try America's #1 whole body deodorant formula right now? Well, you can now find them in Walmart, Target, and other retailers across the country. For the best deals, go to shop